Y'all hoes done lost it. Y'all hoes this is it. This is it, man. This is it. Y'all, you guys are taking this way too far. Way too far. This is it. This might be the final nail in the coffin. I thought there's already, in terms of when you talk about dating and all this stuff, I already think it's dead. But this is it. There's definitely no recovering from this. There's no way. You can't recover from this. Where an app is being created where you're allowed to dox people, and this is not, like I said, this is not police. This ain't Homeland Security, and they're allowing the average broad to put men's profile, their information, their phone number. You're allowing the average broad to dox without no legal ramifications. For what? Safety? let's stop the nonsense. Let's stop the nonsense. Now, mind you, there were MGTOW channels on YouTube or men related channels. You demonetize them, you took them off YouTube. You put these people, you put people that made man related content, male empowerment related content. You put these people on a terrorist watch list. But we're gonna allow the T app where the average broad is allowed to put a profile of any random man that they've been with or no, and they could just put his profile out there to quote unquote review him. And this is allowed. Now, people used to talk about hope and, oh, things are gonna, nah. Especially when you have women in positions of power, they will allow stuff like this to happen, or simps in power that allow this to happen. Now, I will say this. This is the thing that I will say. The flip side to this is, now I hope, the male simps in the conservative side that like to, uh, throw rocks at the Nation of Islam, right? Or countries that are where Islam is the dominating religion, right? Or when they want to talk crazy about other countries that are not necessarily technological advanced. I hope they see the method to the madness now. I hope they stop saying, oh, those guys, wow, they really be uh abusing women, and they, oh man, they really be oppressing women. No, they don't. No, they're not. Don't That's a lie. When they were talking about Afghanistan and all these rules that they had implemented, which is, a lot of that was propaganda, but I saw nothing wrong with those rules. I hope they see the method to the madness. And I said this on this channel a while back. Sorry, like earlier, a little bit earlier, last month or 2 months ago. I said there's a reason why there's certain nations, they're not that quick to advance society per se, or they're not willing to make certain technological advancements. They'll, like, the people from the West, they'll come, why don't you do this? Why don't you? And they'll be like, we're good. Now, there's pros and cons to this. I've said this, a lot of cons that a lot of us are not ready for. So we can't imagine living a life like that. But there's a reason why do things like that. So when they do make certain advancements, it's controlled. Everything is through a control. It's through their complete authority. So whenever advancements that they do make, it's they have complete in control of it, and it's still a patriarchy. It's still they still rely on the men to make those kind of decisions. There's a method to the madness, right? It's a method to the madness. Sup, Pyro? I saw the other comment, but oh, I forgot. I'm supposed to open up the panel. I'm gonna open up the panel. That's I forgot to put that in the description. So I'm gonna hit join here if you want to talk about the T app and really anything else too if you want. But but obviously the topic is the T app, and I want to give people the platform to you know to vent if need be. If need be, join here to talk about the T app. StreamYard link. I'm gonna put the copy and paste. Join here to talk about the T app. Okay, I think I wrote that right. We're gonna hit copy. We're gonna hit paste. Okay. And anybody, like I said, anybody can join. I'll say this, even the women. Now I'm not debating. Like I said, there's no debating, but this is the final nail in the coffin. There's no coming back from this. Like there'll be people that they keep talking about hope and all this stuff. I'm like, nah, there's no, even before the T app, I'm like, there's really no hope for dating. But now with this, where you're allowed to legally just to illegally but legally dox men, when you're just allowed to do this, there's no coming back from this. There's no. And I'll say the shout out to the passport bros. Shout out to the dudes that left the country and stayed overseas. Y'all are winning. I envy you. Like in a real way. I really envy you, because you already know what hoes are gonna use that app for. They're not gonna use it to quote unquote, oh, we need to stop it. So if there's a guy spreading STDs, women will sleep with the same man that burned them. As long as he has good D game, or he's whatever she's looking for at the moment, she doesn't care. Women are going to use that app to put false accusations, to slander, and to scare women away from certain men that they like or don't like, depending on if that guy obeyed her or not. So if a guy just breaks up with her, she's going to slander him on that app. You think like that's the only reason why they're going to use that app. Now the powers that may be allowed this app to happen to they're just putting the final nail in the dating on the coffin. Just boom. That's it. They're just putting the final nail in the coffin. The only way you probably have a chance to even save this is if men come up with a similar app. And if the government were to shut that down, it would be very clear to the men what's going on. But I don't even I just, because even with men with MGTOW and all these things, where we'll create channels where we're just saying maybe we don't have to marry broads and stuff like that. Just saying that. Well, you don't have to necessarily take care of them, or you don't necessarily, in terms of having a future, it doesn't have to revolve around marriage or dating or etc. You can find other ways in life to be fulfilled, right? Just us suggesting that in general and highlighting the things that women do that can repel most men away, and recognizing the signs. Just because we'll make content like this, we get our channels demonetized, shadow banned, etc. Put on the watch list. Even the channels where it's not even really women centered, it's really just men centered and giving men options outside of participating in the system. They get those channels blocked. Sorry, I forgot to pin my chat. My bad. I forgot to pin my chat. By the way, I'm watching the Dexter series. I almost missed my stream because I got so entranced with the Dexter series. I'm so entranced low key with like all those series that I would watch in passing when I was a kid. Because those series in the early 2000s, late 2000s, those are the last of the great like TV series, in my opinion. The reason why I say this, and I'm not saying, CW didn't have any great series like The Flash and all these superhero series. I don't mind those. I'm just saying a lot of the shows or a lot of the movies, they're great now only because there's no smartphones involved. With the invention of the smartphone, it's a lot of things that, in terms of a story plot, you really can't do because everybody has a smartphone. So there's, I do get entranced with the filmography, the ambiance of those 2000s movies, the late 90s as well, right? But let me put the but yeah, I almost missed my own live stream because I was watching I was rewatching Dexter because I didn't watch it in order when I was a kid. I would just watch it in passing. So let me pin the message just in case. And one thing I had to learn to do also over the years, I had to learn not to underestimate these things. So I remember when I first saw the T app, I was like, they better not let this go like number one trending. But I remember when I was a kid, I underestimated feminism. I underestimated um, the hatred that a lot of women have for men. I underestimated um, Cynthia G. Right, a lot of these things I underestimated. Like even I remember when I was a kid, I used to look at feminism as just like, it's just uh, this is how I used to look at feminism. I remember going through history class when I was like in third or fourth grade, and they just mentioned women's suffrage and all this stuff, right? And I would look at the pictures, and I used to be like, where the black women at? That's what I used. I'm like, so what is this? So I didn't even think about nothing about feminism for about because I'm like, oh, I don't even see no black women in there. So this is not even what kind of movement is this? Was this really just is this white women's rights? What's going on here with this? Then on top of that, I remember in the sixth grade, or I think it was no, yeah, it was the sixth grade. I remember really diving into the history and seeing that there were feminists, particularly there were white feminists, right, that were in the abolitionist group. But what was happening with that situation when black men got the right to vote, white feminists fought against that. And I was like, oh, so this is okay. They're exactly who I thought they were. So I thought nothing of them, but I didn't really look at the full scope of what feminism was and what they were trying to do. The patience in how they were able to get things done. The years, you know what I mean? This is a slow burn process. This is not something what feminism has done to society. This is not something that you could just undo with Jesus Christ and religion and men's rights and changing some laws. No, this is a slow burn that has been, we're talking about since late 1700s, since the late 1700s, a real slow burn, a real actual slow burn. This is a very uh, uh It's a process. It's a process. But anyways. Yeah, by the way, this is only a women's only app. So, and for it to still be the number one downloaded app in the world, wow. But anyways, let's go on the business and let's hear from the Business Insider. Let's see what they had to say. An app called The T that lets women anonymously review guys has soared to number one in the App Store. I mean, I don't even know how this is even legal. You know, people want to talk about, especially, the people in our space. They think things are going to change just because Orange Man is in charge and nothing really has changed, to be honest. I mean, what's the point if you're allowing things like this? And this is why I'll say this. I remember Bottom G did say that Islam is the religion of the future. And I agree. Or how about this? I'll say like this. Maybe if it's not Islam, but Christianity is nah. Christianity, they lost a long time ago. They lost a long time ago. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. So we're looking at the screenshots for the iPhone of the app. Get the T on your date. Does anyone have T on Jake? And of course, they show a Chad, or in this case, a mixed Tyrone, a half breed. Now I'm playing. Oh man, I gotta stop. I really gotta stop saying that, man. But I don't think people should be offended by this because I said all types of stuff on this channel. But anyways, I mean, this is wild because we already know women are not going to use this for good. They're not all this. I remember I saw a comment on Instagram that had me crying. They said, if you a girl and you need this app to find out if you should be dating a 6'6" tatted up Tyrone that's a club promoter, if he has other women in his life, I mean, there's nothing that we could do for you. And that's not even really what they're using it for. They're going to use it to slander men that don't obey them or don't give them their way. That's it. I mean, especially, one of the biggest advice we would always tell dudes or people in general, if you want to if you want to find out who somebody is, do not ask their ex-wife or their ex-girlfriend, because when it comes to ex-wives, ex-girlfriends, but especially ex-wives, they usually have nothing good to say about their ex. Like 90+% of the time, they're not going to say anything good. So that's like the worst person to to find out. So you're gonna give access to that. Or how about this? Imagine, because people don't even understand how crazy this is. This was gonna happen. You're gonna have dudes. They're gonna be hiring people. Woman's gonna go to a job interview. Dude's gonna reject her. The woman's gonna find out who the HR dude is or who the hiring officer is, and she's going to slander him. That's what she's gonna. You think that's not what they go? I'm telling you, dog. It's yo. This is. I don't even know how this is allowed, but But this is, like I said, this is the final nail in the coffin. This is the final nail in the coffin. People said, especially when they talked about black relationships. People were saying that what Michelle Obama is doing on her podcast, or her potentially divorcing Barack Obama, will be the final nail in the coffin when it comes to black relationships. But I would say for relationships in general, this is it. It's not like this is we're not recovering from this. Even if they delete it, even if they delete the app, just the fact that this was even allowed to become a thing, just the fact that Facebook would allow these group chats and all these things that was already doing this. Am I dating the same man? Blah blah blah. Just the fact that this is a thing, it's already there's no recovering from this. There's no recovering from this. Shout out to Garrett Grant in the chat. Shout out to you. But let's read some of this article before, because I'm gonna read just the what this is, obviously, and all this. I'm just gonna read what this is. Obviously, just the description. Then we're gonna move on to another story. Then we're gonna come back to this article where somebody reviewed the article. I'm sorry, the app, and he said, "I down." Is he or she made the article? She said, "I downloaded the new man shaming app. Here's what I learned." Okay. So we'll definitely get into that article, but I want to get into this first article just to set up the mood. Okay, they say an app that lets women review men anonymously is going viral and it's stirring polarizing opinions and some concerns about privacy. Some. It says the app called T has surged to #1 spot on the US Apple App Store. It launched in 2023 and began rapidly ascending the charts in the last few weeks. Sensor Tower, a marketing intelligence firm that tracks app data, estimated that downloads increased to 185% in the first 20 days of July compared to the same period in June. T was founded by Sean Cook. Oh, wow. Who's Sean Cook? That's got to be a gay man that made that app. It's got to be. It would make sense. It would definitely make sense. This is an app just purely just made to completely separate the sexes once and for all. And who does that really benefit? Sean Cook has to be, whoever Sean Cook is. He's got to be a gay man. It's got to be. And by the way, yep, this is a gay man. I'm literally looking at his picture right now. This is a gay man. Yeah, this is a fact. This is a butt pirate. This is definitely a butt pirate. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. Yeah, this is a yep. This is a butt pirate. This is not a straight man. Because people think maybe it's a male simp, not even a simp, because they know when we talking about slander. And by the way, because people also want to they wonder, damn, why is the dating is in the toilet? Because a lot of women are taking advice from prostitutes, their single female friends, and gay men. That's what they're taking their dating advice from. Even a lot of their sexual advice, they're taking it from gay men. This is how I can tell you. You see how like women just talk. You see how like women nowadays, which is weird, right? This is like a new phenomenon where when women talk about STDs, they just act like there's no big deal, right? Even in the 90s and 80s, STDs was like a big deal to women because when you talk about a women's anatomy, it's easier for women to catch STDs. But you see how like women just talk about STDs without no fear. They got that from that's from listening to gay men. Remember the 19-year-old girl, was it Danae Davis, that caught, was it herpes, whatever? And she was trying to talk about, oh, if I don't outbreak, I'm not spreading it if I'm not having it out. And I'm like, where did you get that shit from? You have herpes. You can spread it. And or if a guy isn't showing. And I'm like, where are you getting this advice from? I'm like, oh, they're getting their advice from gay people, because we already know gay people, they don't fear disease. Gay people don't fear STDs like normal people do, right? That's just what it is. They don't fear disease like that. Yep. So T was founded by Sean Cook, whose LinkedIn page says he previously held roles at Salesforce and Shutterfly. According to T's website, Cook launched the app after witnessing his mother's terrifying experience with online dating, not only being catfish, but unknowingly engaging with men who had oh my. So that's why he made this. So his old hag of a mom was still trying to mess with criminals and all types of interesting personalities. I don't look, I don't know, homie, I don't know how old your mom is, but I'm pretty sure she's over 40 something years old. She's not supposed to be, first of all, she's not supposed to be dating. She was probably over 50, right? And yeah, he said he launched the app after witnessing his mother's terrifying experience with online. Yeah, first of all, your mom's not supposed to be dating. She's supposed to be paying at that age. Right? I've said this on his channel as well, right? But I digress. So that's why he made the app, really? Because mom was 50, dating, trying to getting finessed by pookies and criminals on Tinder or on these cougar apps. Oh my goodness. Anyways, they said the concept for the app isn't exactly novel. It says, are we dating the same guy? Facebook groups where women share experiences with men they've dated emerged in 2022. About a decade earlier, there was Lulu, an app where women can rate men. Oh, I remember Lulu, but it didn't go the distance. Let me see. T's viral moment came in an era of swiping fatigue when incumbent dating apps and new startups alike are trying to redefine the dating landscape. T declined to comment for this story. Okay. They say, how does T work? T opens to a feed displaying photos of men posted by anonymous users with screen names. In some posts, women ask for tea, meaning the gossip on someone they're interested in, while others provide detailed reviews of the men. The app doesn't allow screenshots. Shots. If you try, all you'll end up with is a black screen. That doesn't mean anything. That literally doesn't mean anything. If an anonymous person could just put a picture up and anonymous people can leave reviews, this is, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, they're allowing this so lawyers could use this as a wet dream. This low key is a lawyer's wet dream, but I don't. Anyway. He says, when users go to post a man, the app asks for a man's maybe that's why they say anonymous. Okay. He says, when users go to post a man, the app asks for the man's first name, estimated age, and location. They can also include a caption and photos. To publish the post, users must select a box that says all statements are true. This is not good, man. I mean, you're just, wow. Wow. Hold on for a sec. Let me check something real quick. Oh, Pyro's in the live chat in the queue. So let me add him on. Yep. Garrett Grant is right. He says, so this app was made by a soy boy in Silicon Valley. Exactly. You cannot make this stuff up. And I'll say this, I'll say this. I remember Dr. Umar Johnson was trying to warn black women a while back. He said, stop listening to your gay friends for dating advice. This is like back in like 2013 or 2014. I remember him saying this. Yes, I remember all these people from back in like 2014, 2013. I remember he did warn black women about that. Stop listening to your gay people for dating advice, because what they're doing You listen to them, you lose your man, and then now they're trying to take your man. And people thought that was extreme. And I was like, nah, that's not extreme. What people don't understand with, especially with gay men, they don't they try to turn people out. They're not looking for another man that's mutually looking for a man, because they could easily get that. They're trying to turn people out. That's what they gain pleasure from doing, is turning straight people out. This is why Corey is always very, vehement on, nah, these people cannot be around me, because he knows what they do, right? Anyway, let me add Pyro to this.
Yeah, Chris. Yeah, what's good, man?
Hey man, one time no see, man. That's my fault. But you know, I thought this was the perfect, obviously, the perfect opportunity to do this.
Yeah, I was gonna about to say something like like a woman who posted up a guy on the T app got clipped.
Oh, when did this happen? Like clip, like deleted?
Yes,
Oh, did this just recently happen?
it looks like it recently happened. And by the way, there was a male version of the T app. So like when a woman said a guy was like smashing a lot of girls, the same guy found out, and then he posts a video of the same girl getting smashed by multiple dudes
Ooh.
on the male version of the T app.
I'll say this, that is another thing that maybe the women don't understand, because what people like, a lot of women have sex tapes I don't know why they do this to themselves, but a lot of women have sex tapes of themselves. And I don't know why they do this, but if you I'll say this, if you have a girl in the States, she has a sex tape. If your girl has been sexually active before you, she has a sex tape. And it's not something that was initiated by the man. She asked for it. Every single girl I've been involved with, they've asked to do a sex tape with. It's just something that they just, I don't know why they do this, but especially if you're dealing with a chick that's pretty mid. I'm not talking about like the real beautiful girls, but if you're dealing with a really mid chick, she's, for some reason, mid chicks like to tally up all their body counts and they want to do sex tapes, they want to be adventurous, they want to do BDSM and all this stuff. So this could this is going to be this whole thing is a whole massive backfire.
Yeah,
It's literally like high school all over again, but like in a grand, in a grand scale. It's just it's crazy, cuz when I graduated from high school, I was so relieved that
hmm,
I could just, you're done with the circus, you're done with the nonsense, you're
yeah,
done with the 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 tension at times. But the older you get, or if you work, even if you work at certain spots, it's still high school, but just with adults still playing out high school stuff. So even with the whole T app, this is high school. This is something that you would see, like a high school girl would come up with an idea like this.
yeah,
And with this will come high school consequences. Now you're gonna have dudes that have tapes, because there are dudes that have tapes, and this and like this is not, this can't qualify as revenge porn, because if you're putting a accusation on somebody, you got to defend yourself somehow. So this is what's going to happen with that. But do you know the name of the story, or what city it took place in? I'm gonna look it up.
no, but I don't know, but I also know that woman put up like convicted like dudes who touch kids and commit like a struggle snuggle, and like women actually find them hot and trying to find their location.
Jesus. See, let me
I
get
mean, I expected. I just knew they were going to use the app wrong.
okay. So I'm looking at Facebook right now. Oh, they're saying this happened in what, Detroit? Oh, so that they're saying that news is fake. Because I'm like, huh. Let me see. So because I'm pretty sure if there we that makes sense. This was probably just something to as an excuse to keep the T app, so they can say, oh, men are killing us for using this app. That's why we must, keep it. Nah, that's cap. So right now I'm sharing the story. It's from the Detroit Metro Times. This says a series of viral social media posts claim 5 women in Detroit have been found deleted with tea bags stuffed in their mouths, allegedly the work of a serial deleter dubbed the Teabag Killer in retaliation for using a controversial smartphone app to gossip. But Detroit police say there's absolutely no truth behind the lurid tale. He states the Detroit PD spokesperson said this is not true. The claims are in reference to a smartphone app called T, launched in 2023. The app is billed as a safety tool for women to blah 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 blah. Okay. He says one such social media post on Facebook, which had been shared more than 2,000 times as of Wednesday afternoon, claims Detroit police are on high alert as the city reels from a string of chilling murders tied to the controversial gossip platform, the T app. 5 women, of all whom recently used the app to expose men for cheating, abuse, or other wrongdoing, have been found deleted within the last 2 weeks. The post continued. Each victim has discovered with Lipton tea bags stuffed in their mouths, a disturbing calling card that has led investigators to believe a serial deleter is targeting outspoken users of the app. They said the Facebook post even quoted a fictitious Detroit detective. So this was, oh my goodness. Yeah, hoes, they've lost their mind. So they created a fake so-called serial deleter, so much so that they made like a fake news report about it. And people in the Detroit PD were able to find out this was fake because they try to quote a fake Detroit detective that doesn't even exist. Jesus. Okay. He said, so the Facebook post even quoted a fictitious Detroit detective. He's sending a message, reads the quote attributed to a detective, Jerome Halston of the Detroit Homicide Division. It adds, this isn't random. These women were silenced literally for speaking out. This is calculated, personal, and ritualistic. According to the DPD, there is no detective employed by the department named Jerome Halston. They went on a name generator app. It's type in African American name. What would this sound like? They could have, they could have like actually used a quote from like a deceased individual, and especially with AI, they could have easily covered their tracks. They were too lazy to even do that. But
Yeah.
wow. Anyways, so it says, according to the DPD, there's no detective employed by the department named Jerome Halston. Never mind the fact that cops tend not to speak with such certainty without anything being proven in court. The viral social media post also quoted a non existent report from Channel 7 News, which included an interview with an alleged survivor who said, I posted about my ex cheating, and a few days later, someone sent me a photo of a Lipton box with my name on it. I thought it was a joke until the first girl perished. So they even have fake fake witnesses, fake, like, yeah, hoes. I don't know what, something's wrong with them, bro. All right. They said the Facebook post contains other colorful claims, including a screenshot believed to be posted by the deleter under an anonymous burner account. Simply read, y'all talk too much, steep in silence. According to the post, authorities are urging anyone using the T app to be cautious and avoid posting identifying information as the city mourns and fears. Let me see. They even include in an alleged over the top statement from the DPD. This is not just gossip. This is yeah. Because if this was really a thing, it would be on CNN. It would literally be all over CNN if it was actually real. They said it's not clear who was behind the viral fake story. In social media comments, many users expressed skepticism, and one woman who posted it eventually walked it back. I don't know how. Okay, so they got the quote from the quote unquote original lady that made it viral. She ends up walking it back saying this. I don't know how true it is. Seen a lot of people post it, but y'all better be careful. Yeah, it was a black woman. True or not, this is a reality that does happen. Unfortunately, no, it doesn't. As long as you're a woman, forget the T app and all this stuff. Forget this is obviously that was fake news, right? If you are a young lady in today's age living in America, as long as you're not dating criminals and drug dealers, you should be fine. Like you should be fine. I'm talking about you could even have a high body count. You should be fine as long as you're not
Mhm.
dating criminals. But
Yeah.
for some reason they can't do that. They can't. They just can't stay away from their weed dealer, their narcotics dealer, their dope dealer, their heroin dealer, their whatever dealer, or whoever's hooking them up. They can't stay away from the tattoo artists, or just criminals in general. They just for some reason they can't stay away from people that are not
Dangerous.
part of society, or yeah, dangerous, or they're just not part of society. Like like I don't even like the women today. They can have a high body count as long as they don't date dubious characters. They will be 100% fine. They will
Yeah.
like, and if they avoid dating cops and firemen, they should, and people in uniform, they should be fine. Even if they do that, they'll be fine. But a lot of those especially a lot of the trauma that they end up getting is because they date these interesting characters, and if it's not criminals, then it's somebody that's connected to the entertainment industry by some means, like a club promoter, one of the people that are connected to these nightclubs, strip clubs, pimps, and all these people. These are the people that they will go out of their way to be with, and then when the complications occur from doing that, they say all men, but it's
Yeah.
just literally all they have to do is not date criminals. That's literally all they have to do. I know this one girl specifically right now. Every girl is pining for this one girl I know, and I'm not saying she never dated criminals, but she has an intensive, like, high dating, like she has an intensive history of just dating. But everybody likes her because she connects with, I guess, because she's soft spoken, and she just connects with guys easier. Now, if you're dealing with a person like me, I already know off rip she has a high body count. If you have a girl that's really just good at just talking with guys, you only do that with experience. But
Yeah.
with her, she's living the life. She works at a nonprofit. Her parents are rich. Um, she has dudes taking care of her, dudes, right? So it's not, and she has a boyfriend. So it's it's basically just smooth sailing for her. Basically smooth sailing. Just for all she has to do is just be nice. That's literally what she's just always nice, always
Yeah.
complimentary. That's all she is, and she just doesn't
Until she
date
hits the wall.
and she doesn't date criminals. It's
Mhm.
very easy.
Yeah.
You know
But
what I mean?
it seems like it's impossible for American women to not do that.
Yeah. I'm speaking because I know, like, there's, because you already know there's certain women that are like, they're highly desirable. It's not necessarily just because they're pretty; it's because they have I'll say, a quote unquote good personality. But really, the quote unquote good personality is they're just nice people. They just or they're just decent. That's how low the bar is. So a guy meets a woman that's like soft spoken, not trying to dominate him, he's gonna be like, "Oh my gosh, she's the one," and she all she really
Mhm.
has to do is just not talk, right?
Yeah.
So that's literally it, and the world is given to her. So this whole thing with the T app, if a woman has that app, that just shows me everything we need to know. But to say for a woman to have the T app is a red flag, that would put most women on notice because they're saying it's the number one downloaded app. So that means most women have this app. Because what woman you know, especially a woman that's in the dating market or is sexually active, what woman that is sexually active or in the dating market in general doesn't have an iPhone or doesn't have a smartphone of some sort?
Before they
So
even reach teenage years, they already have a smartphone.
when I was a kid, when I was in elementary school in fifth grade, or I think fourth grade, when the smartphone came out, every single girl had one. When the smartphone just came out, every single girl had one, every single one, or they
Wow.
had that or a I was a the iPod Touch, right?
Mhm.
So that means most women have this app. So that's why it's almost like, you know how we always say, oh, girls with tattoos are a red flag. Yeah, but most young women have tattoos. So can we even say it's a red flag anymore? It's just now, it's just you're gonna have to avoid most women then. You know what I mean? So that's it is what it is. But I remember. Oh, never mind. I thought I saw a new chat in the comments. But I remember somebody had asked the other day about the T app on the live stream, and I was like, well, this is just an app where you're just allowed to legally dox people, you know. So
Mhm.
it is what it is. There's really nothing we can do about that. But
And as expected, as we always say, Chris, they're not gonna use the app as it's intended.
yeah. Even when they're talking about, like, when you look at the backstory with this is the stupidest backstory I've ever seen in my life. If I
About the dude's mom dating criminals.
Yeah, like what the hell? Where
My mother.
Yeah, right here it says the T was founded by Sean Cook. It says after witnessing his mother's terrifying experience with online dating, not only being catfished but unknowingly engaging with men who had criminal records. So it don't matter if the woman's 50. It doesn't matter if she's 50 years old or 20 years old. It's still the same nonsense. It's, it's just ridiculous.
Bro, at that point, at that point, just give up on dating.
Yeah, if you're at 50 and you're complaining about online dating and engaging with men with criminal records, I mean that the problem,
Just
nah,
just pack it.
yeah, just pack it up. Just pack. That's on you, miss. That's on you. I mean, Jesus. But
Yeah.
anyway, let's come off that pause. Let's do something else because I'm definitely gonna obviously come back to the T app, but let's go on because I've seen AJ do this. He'll just go on TikTok and just let the hoes do the work for him. So, because that's really like, what's funny. You'll Let me see. My bad, but you'll see these a lot of the people that are famous in this space now. All they literally do is just they set up a compilation of TikToks. Even the ones even the dudes that got exposed, they would just set up a compilation of TikToks, and then they'll say like 5 words at the end of all of the compilation, and they'll be like, "All right,
Yeah.
this is the end of my channel. Please like, share, and subscribe." and then they get like 200,000 subscribers off that. So let me
Yeah.
search up T
Probably that's why
app.
they hate it so much. Because every time I see you post a video, like especially last year, they keep saying, do you just talk this much? And I've the type in the comment section like, you must be new to this channel.
Man, let me see this. This is wild though. This is funny. Oh, by the way, Taylor Rook, I'm gonna have to really make that apology video. She got married the other day. Did you know that? Taylor Rooks.
No, did not know that.
She was because she was trending last night. I was like, why the fuck is Taylor Rooks like literally last night she was trending? I was like, what the fuck is she trending for? I'm like, I hope it's not no nonsense. And then I just see her with her Chad boyfriend, her Chad husband. This like Taylor Rooks just got married in a star-studded, celebrity-studded what? I was like, what? I was like, wow. And it was like dudes, it was crazy because like dudes was mad that she got married. And I was probably the only dude that was actually happy. I was like, you know what? I might have been wrong about Taylor Rooks. I might have been wrong. Let me bring that up for you. Taylor Rooks married. So right here, NBA reporter Taylor Rooks marries in star-studded ceremony, right? And I will say this. I know we will disparage women for being like, oh, you know, women are being controlling by saying men their man can't have a social media, which is true. That is them being controlling. But the one of the main reasons why they don't want their man having a social media or they'll hide their boyfriend is because of apps like the T app or how do I say this? They know how other women are. They post their man, some bitch that is upset will post a lie about him or they'll post about something that you know them and their fiance or soon to be husband did something with God knows who what, you know, 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. They're just gonna ruin the union. So I will actually defend Taylor Rooks here for hiding the situation until it's official, because if she had posted this dude, it was going to be dudes or girls trying to mess with the union. I'm talking about dudes and women trying to mess with the union, but specifically women. It would be women going out their way to try to make him cheat. There would be women going out their way trying to dox him. There would be women going out their way making up lies about, oh, me and Taylor Rook's husband was doing this, the other, just trying to ruin the union. It's mostly going to be women doing that. So this is actually one of the underlying reasons why you'll have women, they will hide their husbands, right? They will hide their boyfriends, their fiancés until it's completely official, because they know they have oh, Pyro, you have something going on in your background. I'm gonna have to mute you a little bit. But usually they just know there's gonna be vultures trying to ruin the union. So this is where I'm gonna have to come to women's defense. This is where I'm gonna come to Taylor Rook's defense here. So she waited until it was official to post her husband, because now the husband is there. It's too late now, right? So that's where I gotta come to Taylor Rook's defense. And by the way, looking at Taylor Rook's decision in terms of distancing herself from Joy Taylor and really just not even saying, she didn't even slander Joy Taylor. She just, the way she distanced herself from Joy Taylor tells me everything I need to know about Taylor Rooks. I was completely wrong about Taylor Rooks. Completely wrong. And like I said, I'll say this. Taylor Rooks, I don't know if I will go back and say maybe she, because I did say she wasn't a real journalist or women like her aren't real journalists. I'll say this: Kayla Nicole is not a real journalist, but I don't know. I'll say this when it comes to Kayla Nicole: whatever she did to get the stories, I don't mind, especially if it's just if she was just working off the thirstiness of the male athletes and nothing else. That is completely fair game. I have no problem with that because male athletes be thirsty than a mug. You know what I mean? They're greedy, especially NBA players. They're greedy. Shout out to South Holly, said peace to you, CM working. We'll catch us later. Shout out to you. Thank you. But if it's when it comes to when it comes to her, I I'm impressed. I'm impressed. She really even I'll say this, even if she did sleep with a couple of dudes on her way to the top, I don't think she really did. Now that I'm looking at her moves, especially when I said like, look, she needs to get married ASAP so she don't end up like Joy Taylor. And then lo and behold, lo and behold, 2 months later, surprise marriage. Nobody even knew she even had a boyfriend, right? But it's wow. That's all I have to say. Wow. When it comes to Taylor Rooks, hey, you proved me wrong. You proved me wrong. And I'll say this: if she got the interviews from the dudes just off of just working off their thirstiness, that is completely fair game to me. That is completely fair game. that is completely fair game. And that also shows the one of the underlying reasons why, again, this is why women it is controlling, and I hope they understand why men did the same thing where they didn't want their women on social media, right? But that's why women don't want to post their man on social media. Not necessarily because of the dudes, but specifically women would come in and ruin what they would have.
Yeah.
So that's
Chris,
that's
like, 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 is there any noise in my background?
oh no, you're good now. You're good
All
now.
right.
But for a good 2 or 3 minutes, it was your mic was wilding.
Yeah, probably
So I
because
had to
my phone was too close to the laptop.
yeah, that's probably yeah. Was it vibrating or something?
No, the laptop fan was on.
Oh, okay. So let me bring up an Instagram. Oh, sorry. Let me bring up TikTok one more time. So let's see women's reaction to this. And yeah, shout out to AJ. He gave me this idea because he'll pull up like 304 talk where you literally have the street workers literally just
Run their mouth.
really it's just ridiculous. So let's see. Let's give them a let me see. We go users. Now we'll go top. We'll hit top. Let's see what they have to say here.
The tea is shaking, the tea app that is. Everybody is talking about the new tea app for women to find out about the men in their area and see whether or not they hold red or green flags. There's a lot to this story. I've seen so much tea spilt already. So let's talk about it.
So I saw this is the comment that I just saw real quick. So since it is a women's app, they have to verify if
Yeah.
it's a woman or not. So I'm pretty sure they're asking like for your address, your phone number, and whoever this woman is at the top, she's correct. She says whoever's creating this app is getting all your data and selling it.
Yeah.
SMH, but smart. So this is true. That's probably low key the number one reason for this app because they know women are gonna fall for it. So there's like, how do we get all of the women's information without having to scam and without having
Man bashing. So it's just using their own like hatred against them. Because like it's today's they you actually hate men in 2020 2025 and so on. If you get what
yeah,
I mean.
It makes sense. It makes sense. But that's probably the number one reason why. And then everything else is just butter. But it's
Yeah.
really, women they don't realize these things. There's a lot of the apps that we have, even just TikTok in general. It they already told you with TikTok, you're literally you're giving out all your information and all this stuff. So, and low key, if we already have Facebook and Instagram, they're already selling your data. They already been caught with that.
Yeah.
But with this one, they have to literally verify. So I'm pretty sure they're probably even asking like for your ID, your driver's license number, or whatever ID number, whatever identification, because they have to verify if you're a woman or not.
Yeah.
So this is stupid. But I digress.
Now, first off, you cannot screenshot on the T app at all. So I had to go ahead and get the information how I got the information. So it says our safety tools, run background checks, check criminal records, search for ex offenders, look up the phone number, reverse the image search, and find social media profiles. So my best friend Savannah, she went on the T app yesterday, right? And she said you can only put in somebody's first name. There's no like last name. And if you don't know the guy's name, you could try to put in the nickname or what they're known by, but you can put the city and the picture up.
I mean, bruh, you can't even like they'll say well like they'll say that we're over exaggerating when we say
Yeah.
women are literally agents. They're literally agents of the government, giving your information out, putting your business out there. And they will just act like we're over exaggerating. They'll demonetize our channels, but look at all this stuff. you could you could put the first name. You could do a criminal background check. You could put the nickname. You could put his phone number. What?
Evil stuff, man. Very evil stuff.
This is a bad screenshot, but you see what say how the T works. Everything is anonymous. Screenshots are impossible. So I wasn't able to do that. All women are verified. So trying to get on this app, they had to verify me first. I'm not verified, but like I said, my best friend Savannah was on there all day yesterday. And I'm gonna tell you what she saw on there.
Yeah. If first of all, your friend Savannah's unemployed, clearly. There's there's no debate about that. If she was on there all day, or that means she literally has nothing to do in her life. Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
Let me see.
Messy T on there. She said you can access all the posts across the entire nation. You can search all the posts in the country by a man's name. You can set an alert for a man's name. So if your man's name is Leviticus and his name ain't on there yet, you could set up a alarm for Leviticus in Arkansas. She said we donate 10% of all national 10%.
I don't even know how that's legal. I really don't know how this is legal.
To all national domestic violence hotlines, which is really tea. No pun intended. Well, this is me on the waiting list. It said I'm expected to wait like 17 hours. I did send it to my best friend Brittany so she could be like invited, and that's going to jump me in the line, but I have to wait now. Now, let me tell you what people been coming up with on this T app. So I'm on TikTok last night. You see in the corner, I'm uploading. I don't even scroll like that. The only time I'm ever scrolling is to find news or to upload and like kind of wait a little bit. Man, this came across my timeline. This guy Gatsby, okay? Gatsby, look at his profile so you can make sure it's him. Y'all, he told a story about him talking about his friend getting like their information put out by a trans woman. So the trans woman basically tried to expose his cisgendered male friend, right? Tried to say they was messing around. The friend called Gatsby and was like, y'all got to beat her up. They trying to do all this stuff, expose me to my tea, whatever. Boom. So Gatsby said one of his female friends called him and was like, your boy on the T app. He was in the picture like, oh, this is my boy. Remember, I told y'all the story because he told a story time about that same young man and the trans girl. So he had the female friend contact the person like, tell me more about dude. Do you know that the trans lady sent dude, no, sent the girl, because you can only get on this app if you're a girl. You got to send your pictures and everything. Literally sent the girlfriend videos of dude getting his back blown out and blowing backs out, taking it and giving it down. And you tried to have your friends harm that TS lady, talk like it wasn't really true. All of that messy. My other girlfriend that was on the app, y'all, trigger warning. She saw one of her friends' baby daddies on there.
That sounded like an Atlanta story. Some Atlanta stuff.
And the baby daddy, it looked like it had like 50 or 60 something women saying that he's a rapist. And so my friend, she called her friend whose baby dad that was, and the girl was like, I've been telling girls to stay away from him for years. Y'all thought I was playing? That he like tries to take girls' money, lies about how much he really got, and he will beat you and he will grape you. They're on there telling the tea on the T app, but there's also on there, they said that there's like green flags. So if you post a dude and you're like, y'all tell me about Sammy, and everybody's like, green flags on Sammy, that's a good guy, that's the homeboy, he worked down to the job with me. So you might be accidentally promoting your man for girls that might want to see him, but you're also might be, you know what I mean, letting the world know when somebody is a jerk. So I say everybody get on this app. Do not abuse this app. And really,
Please. Anyway, please don't abuse this app. We already know they finna abuse this app. They're definitely gonna abuse this app.
100%.
Scroll down and see if we see something else. I think I accidentally muted you by switching to this. Oh no, no. Oh, you muted yourself. My bad. I was like, did I accidentally mute? Nah. So let me see. If I switch modes. Nah. Okay. Okay, that should be fine. That should be fine. Yeah, okay. Because I thought me switching modes on the layout would accidentally mute. So I'm good. We're good. We're good. So let's scroll down.
Yeah.
To this broad here.
This T app is the reason I will be single. This T app is the reason I stay to myself and I stay single. The anxiety of not even talking to someone, but downloading the app is insane. I don't even talk to anyone, but I had so much anxiety going through and reading the stuff. Oh my. Ladies, remember to love yourself. Remember to choose.
I'll say this though. The T app does worry me in this sense. So recently, somebody had asked me to collaborate with them musically.
Really?
Now, this person, I've said this person's name by accident on this channel. That person is a transformer. Now,
oh yeah. Oh. I know.
Now, like I said, I don't mind making music or producing a beat, selling the beat to whoever. I don't care. But if my association to that person turns into nonsense where somebody can say, "Oh, I've seen him hanging with so and so." Mind you, that person, he's not that type of person. But just my association with the person, then now I find myself on the T app. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just because I already know I'm probably gonna be on the T app just off GP, because people think you don't. Oh, if you don't do nothing to women, you have nothing to worry about. No, if there's been plenty of dudes. They go at their jobs, they don't bother nobody, but specifically because they don't really talk to women, they still end up with the most drama. They still get lied on. I've seen this happen in real life to people. I've seen this happen. We've seen this happen online.
The Reddit story.
And then on top of that, I just know too, with me, just me not talking to people, or me just me not taking drugs, just off general, people always feel a way about me. They try to hide it, but they can't hide it.
Yeah.
They can't hide it. Just me just saying no to drugs in general, it already, people feel they feel a way about it. It's never, the people that don't feel a way about it is always very interesting, because the
Yeah.
people that don't feel a way about it, they just move on. They're just like, oh, okay, we just,
Yeah.
they literally they just, okay, oh, pass the blunt to somebody else, or pass the drink to somebody else, right?
Yeah.
Or they just make a joke about it. But there's just people just off GP, they get mad. They get mad. So
So
now
then we,
I'm really having to rethink my associates, really rethink my, how do I say it? Me being very liberal on who I collaborate with, me being very liberal who I do business with, right? Even my story when I talk about how when I went on the jazz tour last year and I just took a chance on myself, but it was with people I didn't really know, right? And when I told people about this, people like, what the you went in an RV with some dudes for that's how they took it. I'm like, guys, I obviously verified who they were. I got my money and all this stuff. But that's how I'm like, these are not, these are well-known jazz musicians. I can't put their name out there, but these are people like right now, the leader of this band, he's in Australia right now doing his tour with some different musicians. But these are verified people. I wouldn't just go into to go with anybody, but just off of just saying that is gonna be people that they think away. So now
they,
I'm
they
the
get
type of
suspicious.
dude, I know I don't usually give women what they want. In just in general. It's not something that I actively try to do. I just try to be fair with most people that I meet, and people just feel a certain way. So because I already know people feel a certain way about me, just off GP, right? Even some of the dudes that I knew just recently, a girl had came to me, and I didn't pick up on the jealousy, but it was like not on her, but on this dude that I knew. She was complimenting how good I was playing and whatnot. And for some reason, the topic came up because this other woman was a keyboard player, just like me, but she was
Yeah.
complimenting me and saying how she looked up to me and how I played and whatnot.
Yeah.
Now, apparently, a conversation come up, not with her, but with the guy that was next to her. Like, oh, do you think that she's better than you? And for some reason, I didn't pick up on the jealousy from the guy. I didn't, because I would have, because I was so naive, because I would have never thought, I would have never looked at it. I would, like, my first thought was not to even think about it. I was like, oh, maybe I took it as, is she, maybe she's feeling some self-doubt. Nah, no, I'll tell her she's better, actually. Whatever. I'll tell her myself. That's what I said. But it didn't take, I was so slow about it. I didn't realize that was actually Broski showing a little bit of jealousy. And I
Yeah.
would have never thought that. So
Poor Chris. You
rethink.
think he's better than you?
The fuck? I never took it like that. I was like, oh, first of all, the woman that he was talking about, I thought she was better. But I never thought of, I don't even think about stuff like that. But it took me I was so slow about it. That's just how. So now I'm really have to think, maybe I'm being slow with a lot of my associations with people, just because it's I'm dealing with other musicians and creators.
Yeah.
I'm so slow and think, oh, we're here for the same goal, no matter what background we come from, wherever, maybe. So now, especially because, like I said, the T app is going to be a game changer, because we already
Yeah.
know they're going to use it to lie.
Of
And
course.
for the people that already feel a way about me, because I know, trust me, I know, especially like I know. So for the people that already feel a way, and if somebody decides to lie on me, whatever that reason that may be, what is that going to do? What is that going to do for, especially, how about, forget me? I'll say this, forget me. If I find out that one of my male relatives, I'll say I have siblings. If I find out one of my siblings is on the T app, and I know my siblings have done literally everything right in their life, literally everything the right way, the complete polar opposite of me. If I find out one of my siblings is on the T app, I might have to do something, because I already know what this app is going to target, the demographic of men that they're going to target.
They're not
like
going to
say
target the people.
exactly. They're not even me. They'll probably target me for a little bit, and then they'll realize I don't care, and then they'll move on and then they'll try to take out their anger on my family. This is what people usually have done to me in my life. They find out I don't care, and then they try to go through other people in my family. That's usually what they do, but they don't But I'll say this, if I find out one of my siblings is on that app, I might have to do something. So, and because I know what this app, I know who they're targeting. I know they're not going to target. They're still gonna mess with the drug dealers. They're still gonna mess with the people that should actually be like flagged for danger.
Yeah.
They're still, even if the guy is on there, if she's messing with him and she likes him, she's not going to care.
Yeah.
This app is going to be used to slander men that made them feel a certain way. That's all it's going to do. Whether it's just him existing, whether it's just him just ignoring the bitches, whatever.
Yeah, or he doesn't look chopped or anything, but like women will look at him and say he doesn't deserve no girl.
Yeah, facts. That's gonna happen a lot. That is gonna happen. That's already happened. So so this is what this app is gonna target. I already know. Like now, because I already know I'm gonna somebody's gonna get me. Somebody's gonna, because what's gonna happen is one day I might pop up with somebody. Then they're gonna put my face out there, and somebody's gonna make up something. So I already know. Because it's crazy how small the world really is when you think about it. It's a small world. Like, even I remember recently I met like somebody at the studio. Dude set me up with a church gig. The church gig ended up being a crew that I used to play with, and I'm like, you guys are like cities apart. How is that even possible? It's a small world. It's a really it's a really small world. But they were connected to this wonderful lady and this wonderful drummer that I met, but they know this crew. And you're like, I thought I would never play with that crew again. But it's a small world. So this is gonna be this, especially especially when you're talking about like these small towns, especially where I live at. When you're talking about these small towns or these small states, right, or these small counties, this is gonna be devastating, because women are not gonna use this for good. They're not. they're not.
They're not gonna use it.
They're still gonna mess with the people that they're not supposed to be messing with. And you gave that example of the awkward dude that they're gonna put on there, but they're also gonna put just men in general that just simply don't obey him.
He didn't do this for me. He didn't buy this for me.
Or if a date didn't go as planned, or dude had to take care of business, he had to cancel the date, right? Or there are dudes out there that do need side chicks, right? And maybe, and like I said, in a lot of these hoes, they'll sign up for being a side chick, but then they think they're gonna upgrade one day, and it never happens. But they signed up for being a side chick, and then now they're gonna expose the dude, but you signed up for being to be a side chick. So this is not. This is not good. This is not good. Like I said again, shout out to the passport bros. Y'all are winning. Y'all are winning. Especially the ones that like stayed overseas in these spots. I saw a comment on Twitter by one of those I call them RP evangelists, right? That's what I used to be, right? But he was like, nah, men need to just let this happen, and just when this thing eventually backfires, men need to have a long memory and all this stuff. And I see where he's coming from, but it's like, damn, it got to come to that. It's got to, you know what I mean? It's like, damn, it's got to come to that. But I'll say this: he is right in the sense of once this stops, because eventually this will come to a stop per se, or women will make it where the app becomes its worst enemy. So once they do try to come back to the table, or there's a natural, because there's going to be a natural reset. Once the natural reset occurs, if you have guys that remember this era, if you have guys that survived that remember this era, there's never going to be no female led nothing again. You know what I mean? So I will say, for me personally, I'm like, I hope y'all hoes had your fun. Hope you enjoy it. hope you enjoyed it. And I'll say same with the guys back then that were abusing their power. I hope y'all enjoyed it, because now we got to pay for the shit, right? So hope you guys enjoyed it.
Even when you do even pay for it now, like you're still gonna get in trouble for it. Just look at Shannon Sharp.
Yeah. Everything,
that guy
like,
was trying to avoid marriage and still getting got.
Yep. That's what people don't even understand. So they say, oh, he should have done things the right way or marry a woman his age. I'm like, because either way, he's gonna get extorted. So he marries a woman his age, or he gets with a woman his age. He's gonna get sued either way, because you got cohabitation laws, you got divorce laws. I mean, unless what did you want him to do? Like date Oprah or something? Like that's that's what you want him to do. I mean, if first of all, I keep trying to tell, because I don't know what's wrong with bitches, but they don't get this. Specifically black women, they don't understand this. A guy like Shannon Sharp a guy that's old as Shannon Sharp doesn't stay in the shape that he is to be dating a 54-year-old broad. That's not why he's staying in shape. Like Shannon Sharp is in like damn near football shape. Shape.
In his age, it's very hard to get in that shape the more older you get.
Like, even if you are using HGH or PEDs or steroids at like age 57, you can't stay in that shape, even with drugs or HGH. So for him to stay at that shape, he's not staying in shape like that to be with a woman that looks like Monique. No disrespect. if because he doesn't need to be in that shape to get a Monique. He doesn't, or a Oprah, or what's another older broad. But I'll say I don't want to disrespect him, like, because I remember I did see one of the older female comedians come to his defense. I forgot what her name is. She was a comedian. I forgot what her name is, but she came to his defense. I don't want to disrespect, but like I said, guys like that, they don't stay in shape to deal with broads their age. They're always going to deal with younger women. Now, I'll say with Shannon, he probably should have been dealing with a woman in her 30s, but we're seeing women in their 40s, 30s, 20s, no matter the age,
at the exact same way,
with the same exact MO. They're still gonna whatever age that Shannon dates, they're all gonna be dating him for his money and his status, no matter the age that he picks. So he might as well go for the one he likes the best.
Yeah.
No matter what. And no matter what, you're seeing all ages of women, they're still resorting to stealing, extorting men, trying to get men from their property and all this stuff. If he was dealing with a woman that was in her 40s, she probably would have finessed Shannon in a different way in terms of you'd have seen Shannon having to move from his house because she owns the house now. Because there's a lot of once the older women get, the more savvy they become. They are with the laws, the property laws, and all this stuff. A lot of the women that you see that quote unquote own property, especially in California, where Shannon Sharp lives, they stole it from a man.
Yeah.
they completely finessed it from a man. So it don't matter really what age specifically he's dealing with. That's what a lot of the normies, they miss. Oh, you should have been messing with that young white girl. That's how you know you're dealing with somebody that doesn't understand what's going on in the game. But all we can really do is just warn them. And at the end of the day, Shannon Sharp was being irresponsible. He should have just gave her the 25K per cheek that she was asking for, right?
Yeah.
But it is what it
Or
is.
make it kind of India or something.
Well, a lot of the pro blacks won't admit it, but they want to roll like how Shannon Sharp is rolling. Having sex with young girls. They want to do that. They just don't want to admit it. You know what I mean? But most of these pro blacks, they move to California and they lose their mind. Look what happened to Brother Polite. he's literally the prime example. He moves to California. He goes from black women is God to saying all women are God, and then he keeps getting caught out. He kept getting caught out with white women. So much so now you're in prison for trying to seduce a stepmom's daughter who was like 14 years old, white. So this is once the pro blacks, once they move to California, they lose their mind and they start dating all types of white bitches. So it's a lot of it when they're talking about Shannon Sharp, it's coming from a place of envy. It's coming from a place of them wanting to move how Shannon Sharp moves. Bottom line.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I agree.
And I have that opinion with a lot of athletes, but people gonna get mad if I say which ones. People gonna be mad. It's because I'll just because in America, it's in America. They won't. The normie dudes, they won't admit this, but they're very jealous of athletes. They are.
Yeah,
they won't admit it, but they are.
I think they should go to the John Cena road. Like,
like even with the whole, I know people gonna be upset when I say this. The whole what's it? The LeBron James, right? With the steroids thing. I'm like, guys, it's not about the steroids. He's 6'9", right? He plays basketball. You think he's only good because he's 6'9" and he's bigger than most people. But I'm like, that's basketball. It's a big man's game. It is what it is. And I know I'm right about this because when Giannis Antetokounmpo, who's done everything the right way, stayed in his team, won the championship as the best player on the team, they still didn't want to give him the number 1 spot. Because why? Because they don't feel like he's skilled enough because he's 6'10" and all he does is dunk on people. That's fucking basketball, right? But they don't really want to give him his props on that. So that I already know what that is. So there's really nothing you can even debate it about, because there's a whole lot of athletes too that I can list that are natural, that I know that aren't on steroids, and they still don't get no props. They still don't get love. They get hated on the most. So it's not about steroids or if you think somebody's not skilled or not. You're just mad because you feel like he won the genetic lottery, because that's what it is, especially with basketball. It's just you got to win the genetic lottery and you got to be bigger than most. When you look at these NBA players, when you look at their high school mixtapes, their high school highlights, it's just them towering over all the normal sized people and dunking on people because they're just bigger than everybody else. That's literally all their high school mixtapes are. So you got to win a genetic lottery. You got it, and then the higher you get in skill when it comes to college ball, pro level ball, then you just got to be smarter than most, or you got to be taking the right stuff, if you know what I mean. So that's just how it is when it comes to pro level sports. And the jealousy that a lot of male athletes get. I'm gonna clip this so people get mad about it. Oh man. But anyways.
The things I am reading, okay? The things I am reading are insane. Ladies,
Why does someone look like sweet and sour chicken, right?
remember your standards. Don't take all of this as a lesson. Like everything on that T app, please. This should help you guys. Like I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know what to say. Watch some of my videos. You guys please stay safe. Like, oh my gosh. This T app is the reason
So let's look at the comments. As lawsuits, violation of privacy if that person did not consent to be posted on that site and or exposes personal relationships, false information, damages to reputation, and your image is being used for a profit. I'll say this. This might knock out a lot of black men in the dating market because they're not really going to target white dudes with this because they got the paper for like lawsuits and all this stuff. A lot black dudes, they're not really trying to be all up in court. So this is really just going to target a lot of black dudes on the economic come up, unfortunately. Somebody, yeah, you see all these commenters are saying, I'm still waiting to get verified. I'm still waiting to get in.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is goodness gracious. But like I said, that's oh, by the way, my next live, I might be out of state. I can't tell you where, but my next live remember last year I was in I did the live in North Carolina and Pittsburgh. So I might have to pull it. I'm so mad. You know why I'm so mad about those lives? Because the numbers that I was pulling in terms of the live streaming numbers that I was pulling was insane. And I'm talking about there was like no hashtags, no tags. I had to use the YouTube app. So I couldn't put no tags. I couldn't put monetize. I don't even think a lot of those, they weren't even monetized until I clicked monetized. And the views I was getting was crazy. Even like the people in the RV, when I showed them, I'm like, yo, I got 700 live viewers for this entire show. They were shocked. They were like, dude, who are you? They thought I was like, I was like, nah, I can't let you guys see my channel. They're like, wait, what are you talking? Like, what, you talk about politics? I was like, no. They're like, wait, so what? It was like, oh, they're like, what are you talking about something that's related to the small hats? I was like, no. And I even told them my opinion on it. I'm like, oh, wait, so what is it? I'm like, you don't want to know. You don't want to know, man.
They're gonna look at you different. Oh my God, Chris is an RP creator.
And plus, yeah, those guys are like extremely, liberal. The guys I was, in the RV, like these are like very liberal people, very liberal. So
I have friends exactly like that. I mean, I have diverse friends, like who vote like Republican and liberal, and I know like they won't like stuff like this.
Yeah, like they're like, yeah, I knew the especially like the bass player I knew. He was very, I mean, like I don't want to put his family. Nah, let me not put his family out there because even it's like it's people in his family that are rainbow, but it's like he even like the way he dresses is very these niggas, like I love him to death though. I love this guy. Like I love this guy, but he's very like left leaning. That dude's very like he's very like when you look at him, you're like, this guy's liberal. But I remember when I was in damn, I'm saying way too much information. But when I say this story, people that know me gonna know exactly who I'm talking about. I was in New Orleans with this dude. So these guys, like I said, these guys are from Canada. So when we went to Bourbon Street, unfortunately, I took my eye off my man's for 1 second, and one of them scamming ass ninjas. Hey, that's some nice shoe. That's some nice shoes you got there. I'm like, oh shit. My eyes off in 1 second, and he basically tried to rob him off the spot. And I had to basically get him away. And I'm like, nah, we not doing that. So I had to basically not necessarily save him, but basically kind of drag him from there. And like he was really hurt by that situation. He didn't like that. He really did. Like that's how like he's a very sensitive type of dude. Even though he's insanely good at the instrument that he plays. I don't want to say what instrument. People gonna know exactly what I'm talking about.
So Chris, he doesn't want to be saved.
No. He was hurt that the guy really was trying to like scam him because he's Canadian. You know what I mean? He really didn't like that situation. He was really he was really hurt that he was like, why would this guy try to do this to me? And I'm like, this is America, man. Motherfucker's gonna try to rob you. You know what I mean? But he doesn't even realize luckily he was let down smoothly, because a lot of dudes would get like super aggressive because he was trying to run game. That old, oh, that's some nice shoes you got there. And then he starts trying to run game on him and trying to basically ask him for money. That's what he was trying to do. Right. But I was like, fuck, because I was just in my little own world, just trying to look at the surroundings. And I took my eyes off of him for 1 second. I was like, oh fuck. You know what I mean? Like, even there's certain things, like we stayed at when I was at the trip, we stayed at an Airbnb for one of the nights in Miami, and they didn't even realize the Airbnb that we rented. I sniffed the room for a little bit. I'm like, this is a hooker's house. I can't put I'm like, this guy, if not a hooker spot, this is definitely a stripper's Airbnb. Like, this is clearly a room from a stripper where she uses this room to make extra money doing the Airbnb. So I was like, I just sniffed the spot. I'm like, and they're like, Chris, what are you talking about, man? They thought I was being absolutely absurd, right? Well, what was crazy. What balanced us out was these guys were so resourceful. Like, they knew how to work the RV. They knew how to, filter out the water and all. I didn't know how to do none of that stuff. They knew how to like fix the side view mirror when somebody crashed into us when we got into an accident. Like, they were so resourceful, like, you know what I mean? But when it came to like, it was crazy because I felt like a bitch when it came to all the like social stuff. I was like, this.
Like, they're only good with their hands. That like they know how to operate certain stuff, but they're
people think like I said, I always try to tell girls, like, these are the greatest men in that, like, I'm talking about ever. Like, you have men that are liberal and they know how to fix shit.
Yeah, that's
you know what
rare.
I mean? I'm like, you talking about men are trash? I'm like, these are the greatest dudes you'll ever get in your life. Like, if you're smart enough, you probably should get one of these dudes. But you guys want to, continue to be with the the pookies that can't do anything but give you dope. You know what I mean? And ruin your life and give you STDs. And now you got to go on the T app to find out the obvious. It's my 6'6" tatted up drug dealer boyfriend. Does he have any girlfriends talking to him? I need a review on this guy. Of course, yes. It's my 6'2" tatted up SoundCloud rapper boyfriend. Does he have any business association with other women? Of course he does. You don't need the T app for that. If I gotta tell you that, or if the T app's got to tell you that, you're just being ridiculously selfish. It's not even naivety. It's just you're just being completely selfish. There are a lot of great dudes out there that even the ones that have multiple women, they're still willing to take care of all of you dumbasses, and they still look at it as a loss. I'm like, all right, just the fact that you got somebody that's willing to even just are lining up to spend money on you, but they still want to work, quote unquote, and further up a career that's not going nowhere. It's just wild. Because I know people that do got to work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's just it makes no sense. Makes no sense. Oh, Water God Zero. Oh, my mouse almost died. Water God Zero's in the chat. I don't know why it's not letting me show the chat. Okay, cool. He says, "Damn, I'm late to the live." Nah, you're not. Not really.
Yeah,
because we're just talking about the T app.
You feel my pain.
Oh yeah, I remember the last live. He's like, "Damn," and I think you literally came at like the end of it, and I was like, "Oh shit!"
And it was two times so far.
No, because I come in like sporadically. I don't really have a set time on when I do my lives. Even when I did the lives when I was traveling, it was just I just decided to do it. I had no I didn't wake up thinking I was gonna do a live, and then I was just like, oh, let me just do one since we're taking a trip. Oh shoot, somebody's sending me some email, a text. Hold on, I gotta take this. I gotta look at this text. Oh, okay, we're good. Never mind. But anyways, but yeah, this is the T app with this nonsense. I mean, you got to be kidding me. But let me keep playing this video. I keep pausing it. Did I finish the video? Oh yeah, I did finish the video. Let's go to another one. I was looking at the comments. You see the T app. Okay, I did the light skinned bish with the tattoos. I did the fat bish. Oh, let me do the white bish.
I just got accepted into the T app. And let me tell you, I don't even have to post anyone in here that I want to see. I got it this morning. I scrolled for a little bit. I saw, I don't even want to. The amount of men that I have seen that I know. Sick. It's so sick. It doesn't even. I found out people had babies that I didn't even know about. I found out people got STDs. Oh, and most of y'all got girlfriends. Like, bro, no, y'all are cooked. You're cooked. The men are not safe. Y'all are not safe at all. I just got accepted into the T app.
Let me add in Water God Zero. Water God Zero, what's up, man?
What's up?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Are you familiar with the T app?
No, not at all.
Oh, you just hearing about the T app?
Yeah.
Wait, like for real? Like you didn't even do you have by the way, before I even say anything, do you have any social media by any chance? Instagram, Twitter, or
Yeah.
But basically it's an app where it's a woman only app. So you're allowed to post pictures of men that you're about to date and to see. Oh, I hear something in the background. Is that Pyro or you?
No, that's not me. I don't have any more of that.
Oh, Water God Zero. You might have to, but when I explain it, I might have to mute your mic real quick because there's an echo coming from somewhere.
All right.
So real quick, yeah. I'm gonna mute it. I'm gonna explain it and then I'm gonna let you talk. I'm gonna mute your mic real quick and then I'm gonna let you talk. So the T app is just a woman-led app. You're allowed to basically dox people. You can put the person's picture, you could put the person's name, you could put the person's where they even work at, their location, their phone number. So before you date the person or whatever, you can find out all of this stuff just by searching a person's name or searching a person's photo. And you can check their criminal background if they're a criminal. You're not allowed to put the person's last name. And the kicker is you're allowed to post this anonymously. So you can get anonymous. So everything from the women that are reporting the person or the person that is reviewing the woman that is reviewing the man, it's all anonymous. So you're just basically allowed to put anything you want about the man anonymously. So that is the app. So that's the app. So if you in the future if you are still in the dating market, you might be at risk, if you are a man, of being posted on there. Whether you did something wrong or not, you can be posted on here. So that is that's most men's fear, because we already know most women are going to use this app. They're going to use this app to slander men. And mind you, this app right now is the number one downloaded app today. I'm talking about over ChatGPT. Over ChatGPT is the number one dating app over ChatGPT. Number one. So that means most women have this app as we speak. So this is the danger. This is the danger. And like I said, I don't even think it's one of those things like, oh, if you're not doing anything wrong, you don't have to worry. No, I don't even think you even have to be dating as a man. You don't even have to be dating. If the woman posts your picture up, it's over. They can put your phone number, they can put anything they want. So that is the danger of this app. So let me replay this one girl here again. Let me see. Somebody said they need to, okay. She said somebody said they need to close that app because my college professor, who's been in a faithful 40-year marriage, ended up on there. His daughter is absolutely beside herself on Facebook because it's all lies. Like I said, if a male professor fails a bish, she can just post the professor's image and say, "Oh, he's been cheating on me and all this. He's been cheating on his wife with me," and it's all anonymous. The women don't have to stand on any of the statements that they said. It's going to cause a lot of damage. Whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter. They're just there to slander. And we already know most of it is going to be slander. It's going to be any man on there that doesn't cater to what a woman asks or what a woman wants. And if she has your information, she's going to use your picture, your whatever. Now, it's interesting how men in this space, we were considered terrorists for just saying, maybe we don't have to date bitches anymore. We could just do our own thing. We don't have to really focus on marriage, and we get our channels taken away just for spreading that message, which is wild to me, because women have been spreading that message in their own way, even before this app.
Your woman like only women should have the choice to move away from the plantation.
They tell each other to party, live out your 20s and all this stuff. This is what they tell their fellow, female colleagues and all this stuff. We get our channels taken away. Now they can have a whole app where I'm talking about anonymously. So you don't even have to stand on what you say. You could just anonymously post the slander. So now what's going to happen? Because now I'm pretty sure whoever what's her name? Sunrises, whatever this profile name is, she probably thought nothing of how dangerous this app is going to be until it affected a male professor that she was fond of, meaning because at the end of the day, even if you're a feminist, you're still going to have men in your life that you look up to, men that you
Yeah.
respect anyways, and it's going to happen to them. And you're going to be like, well, he did everything right. Why is he? Because you don't understand what that app is being used for. It's not to stop STDs. That's all cap. That don't ever let them say that shit. That's all cap. This is not, I gotta find out if, like, you heard what this girl said. Oh my god, a lot of y'all have girlfriends. Duh. Most women are sharing most women are sharing the same men sexually anyways, whether they have girlfriends or not. So that's not a shock that you're going to realize that most women are sexually active with the same men. That's not going to stop a woman from messing with a dude that they like. It's not. They're going to use that app to slander the men that don't give them their way. That's it. It doesn't matter about the other stuff, whether he owes child support or he's a criminal. They don't care about that stuff. They're going to use that to slander men that they feel like hindered them or didn't give them their way. Because I'm pretty sure the woman that slandered this professor, she probably did something like I did when I was in college. She probably overslept. She missed her test. The professor didn't give her a redo. And now she's posted his picture talking about he was cheating on his wife when that never happened. That happened to me when I was in college. I overslept for a test, and I went to the professor and I was like, please, I'm so sorry, like I fucked up. And he said no at first, but then he changed his mind. I was surprised he changed his mind because I didn't deserve it, but the only reason why he changed his mind is it was me and this other dude. This other dude had an F in the class. I had an A-, but apparently I had one of the highest grades in that class. So he needed to take that class to stay in. Me getting an A on that test would help the class average in general because I was getting A's on all the tests. But so I was able to take the tests even though I overslept for it. But that happens a lot. Like you'll have one of these girls, they messed up. they overslept for a class that they were supposed to take, or they end up failing a class that they end up failing a class, and they try to ask the professor, is there anything I could do to make up for the grade? And the professor just basically says no. And there's nothing you can do about it because most of the professors, they give you a lot of freedom. So that's pretty much basically what happened. I think that's what happened. So let me see. Let me zoom out because now it's okay. Here we go. You see, all of these comments are saying, "Let me in. I've been trying to get in for weeks."
Yeah, and I'm a part of it.
Wow. This is interesting. So yeah, now you're gonna have. So you see one user, she's saying, "Can you look up this guy I'm talking to? They won't let me in." So this is not good.
Let me in. You must see the meme, Chris.
Yeah, I gotta download that meme. You're right. I gotta put that on the list. Let me see if I can find that on YouTube real quick. That is funny. Eric Andre, let me in. Let me in. Here we go.
I don't know what I'm doing here. Let me in. Let me in.
That's perfect. Yeah, I'm gonna clip that. I'm gonna definitely clip that. Oh dear. But yeah, this is slanderous. See, okay, we got the white bish, the light skinned bish, and oh, by the way, Pyro, you might let me see if I can pull up her profile. This bish right here, I already know at her job at the Home Depot she working at, or whatever is ninjas trying to get at this bish. Mad people, I already know.
Yeah.
Just it doesn't. It like I said, it doesn't take much. But I know the job. I know how people are in America. I already know. Let me see. Oh, let me get my dark skinned sister here.
Okay, I support the T-app for its original use, to call out weird men who might be potentially abusive, narcissistic, and weird. That's fine. Do I like it being used to like embarrass men for no reason or like out their body counts or even just spread false rumors? No. But the fact that these boys are opening their mouth talking about we finna make a T-app for the girls. Y'all gonna know how it feels. Ain't y'all been doing that? Like,
No. Maybe the jocks on the football team, yes, but you already know with women, they only think those are the only men that exist is the football players on the high school team or the top people in the financial bros. Most dudes, they're not doing that.
They're not gonna do
First
that.
of all, we're not even allowed to do that.
Mhm.
So I don't know what here we go.
y'all have been doing that. It might not have been an app for it, but there was definitely group chats. There was definitely T pages, Instagram posts. Y'all have
Most of the time in the group, whatever group chats that are male dominated, we're not talking about bitches. They're actually talking about gay shit. Believe it or
Yeah.
not. Believe it or not. Or if you go on like these PS5 or PS4 party chats, they're not.
It's mostly about like homophobia or gay stuff or like racist stuff.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, I forgot. Thank you. The racist stuff. They're not talking about bitches.
Yeah.
This is the problem when you take things from a female perspective, because she's thinking about the jocks or the finance bros, right? that's who she's thinking about. But most men are not that. And even the so-called jocks on the foot, they're not doing that. So
True.
especially nowadays, they're not especially not in 2025. I don't stop, please. Anyway, these are the nicest jocks in history of mankind. I don't know what she's talking about. She's probably talking about one or a couple of dudes, really in general. But these like stop, please. Dudes are not doing this. Not in mass. Not in
She needs
mass.
to stop watching
If anything, men are telling women, men are telling other men to just basically just stay away from women. That's probably the worst thing they're telling other dudes. You probably should stay away from most women, which I don't know how that's bad. Apparently you're a terrorist for saying that. You probably should stay away from him. Even though we're apparently we're predators. We're the number one predators towards women, apparently. But us saying stay away from him is the worst thing that you can say on YouTube. So I don't like when you hear a woman that has this kind of perspective. This is a woman that's severely how do I say it without, because I want to say the R word, but I can't. The RE word.
Yes.
But I can't say it because I already know me saying that has put that yellow check mark on my on my lives. So, but
I
yeah, a
always
woman
want to the special ed unit.
the special ed unit. Yeah, that's a better way to say it. The special ed unit. Definitely that's better.
been embarrassing girls and making rumor about them and leaking stuff about them constantly. Why? This is not new.
No.
This is something since middle school. So like again, I don't like that men are getting embarrassed on there and lied on.
Oh, and also her perspective could be a bit off because she is dark skinned. Dark skinned women, they do have it a little bit different. But
Yeah.
that was in, I'm talking about, that's, you're talking about early 2000s, right? Really, sorry, mid 2000s. You know, that stuff kind of stopped in the 2010s because nobody want to be called a racist no more. So yeah, I don't, nah, I'm not buying it. And how old is she? She cannot be no more than 20 something.
Probably 20, 26, 24.
Oh, she said she's 19. Man, she
19?
please, she didn't see none of that stuff. Stop it. She was born in the year 2006.
2006.
She didn't experience none of that. She gotta stop it, please. So by the time she was in middle school, so that was she would have been 13 or 12. She was in middle school in 2018. She needs to stop lying. Stop it. She was in middle school in 2018 and she's talking about people being bullied for being dark skinned. Stop. Not in 2018. Stop it. Not in 2018. You wild, man. Stop it. Please. Nobody was doing none of that. You can't even like, and then just 2 years later, hoes basically started selling their own nudes on OnlyFans literally 2 years later. And she wasn't even in high school yet. So what is she talking about? Anyways, she's 19. What are you talking about?
But am I also happy that they're getting a taste of their own medicine? Indeed. There don't need to be no T-App for girls if that's already been y'all whole prerogative this whole time. And also, T-App, let me in. Let me in. I don't know.
Uh-oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. No, they're right to not let you in. They need to no, this is what in the fuck is wrong with these bitches, dog? This bitch is 19 talking about this.
Suffered many racism.
That bitch ain't so. If anything, it was probably the only person that probably dissed her is the dudes, is the other fellow dark-skinned dudes that she liked, that probably says something about her skin. Believe it or not. Believe it or not, Pyro. Believe it or not. The only dudes that I could have seen have said something about her skin tone or whatever, because she didn't even mention skin tone, but when she talking about bullying and stuff, the only dudes that probably called her ugly were the other fellow dark-skinned dudes that she liked.
Yes.
Light-skinned dudes don't be OD on dark-skinned girls like that. No. And white dudes, they don't even try to, they don't want to be called racist. They're not even trying to do that. They're not even trying to do that. Yeah. So, and then the Mexicans, they just, or the Hispanics, they just stay away from black women in general. But so I don't know what she's stop. Like you're talking about, like, black women have been the most coddled in like the history of mankind. In especially she by the time she hit high school, it was the pandemic. So I don't know what the hell she's talking about. Yeah, she wilding. So by the time she was 4, so she's 19 now. She probably came into high school. This is 2025. Yeah, she probably came into high school 2021. So I don't know what she's talking about. She like this I'm talking about the latter stage of Gen Z. Because when they say Gen Z, the age, let me see, Gen Z years. they say Gen Z is from the 1990s if you're born between 1997 and 2012. So the latter stages of Gen Z, they don't even know what bullying is.
They don't know.
Like they don't even know. Like I saw like the tail end, like the Gen Z that were born in like from 1997 through 99. We saw like I'll say from from anybody that was any Gen Z that was born from 1997 through 2000, right? We were probably the last to see. We saw like the tail stage, like the tail end stage of the bullying, and we didn't even see the worst of it. So we saw like the tail end of it, where we saw people getting hazed, or you saw people getting pranked, right?
Yeah.
You saw people getting you know, people go to their locker room and they can't find their underwear and stuff like that. Like I saw like the tail end of that. I was at the tail end of that. So any Gen Z that was born after 2005, 2004, I don't know, they lying.
Yeah, that's definitely lying.
If they were born in like 2002, anybody born past the 9/11 attack, they don't know what bullying is. Anybody born past the anybody born past the 9/11, they have no idea what hazing is, bullying, you playing sports and then like people like targeting you. Nah, they have no idea what that is, though. Let me see. Age range by generation. Let me look at this. Yeah, Gen Z, 97 through 2012. Yeah, we're cooked. I'm not even gonna lie. We're cooked. Gen Z, we're cooked. Millennials is 1981 through 96, 29 through 44. That sounds about right. Gen X, 65 through 80. Yep. Boomers, the 55. Yeah. What's it? Isn't that Boomer? They say Boomer 1, Boomer 2. Isn't 1946? Which one is the silent generation? I forgot which one is they call the silent generation, but anyways. Then you got like now you got the kids now, and I'm about to start doing this. I'm about to start doing like tutoring and whatnot, and I should be fine, but I'm curious to know how those kids is gonna be, how they're gonna react to somebody like me, because I've played, even like me playing sports. I played sports with some of these kids, and I'm not saying they're soft, but it's like, damn, they don't know what it's like to be like somebody put their hands on them. Just be, somebody grab you by the collar, you know what I mean? They just somebody yelling in your face. They have no idea what that is. You know what I mean? Even though obviously I've never done that to anybody, but that's a lie. I did that to somebody when I was a kid. But I'm talking about I've never at my age, I've never done that to somebody. So yeah, they don't know what to even like react. Like just like I remember I gave somebody a look when I was playing pickup.
Mm-hmm.
And I brought my I brought my brother with me, and they were saying, and my brother was saying, "Oh, dude, they're scared of you, bro." And I'm like, "How?" I'm not even like, I don't even tackle anybody, but it's just they're saying like, just the way I would just give somebody a look, and they're like, "Damn, he looks tight." So just off my nonverbal cues, and I remember seeing something where John Sally, a former NBA player, he was saying how soft today's NBA is in terms of how, like, he said, like, how back in the day, the way Michael Jordan would look at referees would get a tech today. Just the way Michael Jordan would look, the way Michael Jordan would respond to the just off how he would look at them, he'd get a tech. And I used to think that's a little bit over exaggerated, until now I'm literally experiencing that shit because I'll just see some bullshit and I'll just what the fuck. But I'm not really conscious of that. And then my brother's like, "Yo, they really not trying to get on your bad side." I'm like, "I ain't finna slap nobody." You know what I mean? Like the fuck is just if you fuck up, you fuck up. Even like me, I have to be very careful on the words that I choose because
Yeah.
I remember I told a dude, because this dude was really bad. Like this one player I was playing with, he was really bad. And I know it's just pickup, but when you have somebody that's just like that just cannot play, it ruins the experience because it's just like you're just trying to get some kind of flow going on, and you have one dude that's just. It's not that he's bad; he's in the way. He's blocking our own goals. He would stand next to the goal, and literally he was so bad that he was just getting in the way of our shots. That's how bad. So he came to me at the end. He came to me at the end, and he was like, "I know I'm garbage, but do you have any advice for me?" And I literally told him, "Just give us space. Don't be in the way of the goal." Now, I thought that was great advice, but I forgot that that's actually he's gonna take it as get out of our way, but really you need to give us space. You got to give the creative players space, especially if we're dribbling or if we're trying to look for a pass. If you're gonna be in the way like that, you're taking up space. But the way but he probably took it as, dude, get the fuck out of our way. I'm not on some Michael Jordan. Hey, give me the ball, get it. No, I'm just you got to stay away from the goal and give us space. That's what I told him. But he probably took that as something else. But the way I give advice, even when it comes to music, I have to watch myself. I got to make sure I'm not
messing up.
I'm not saying it in a tone where I'm not talking to them like these are dumb people, right? So that's a little bit of that gap, because when I was a kid, or even when I was playing, if I were to play pickup basketball, and if I was missing my layups, they're not going to pass me the ball. That's like, I still remember there was a time where, or if you was open for an open three and you missed two of your first open threes, they would not pass you the ball. You're never going to see the ball again. So what I would do when I was a kid, since I couldn't shoot, I couldn't really play basketball, what I would do is I would find my role. I would play lockdown defense, use my athleticism, right? And because that was what I was good at. I was really athletic. So I would just take advantage of that, play great defense, get all the rebounds. And I would and then people would want me on their team specifically for that, because I knew I couldn't shoot. I would shoot sparingly, and I had to make sure if I miss my layups, I get my own layups, Angel Reese style, right? So that's what I would do. That's what I would do, because if I was doing the nonsense that dudes are doing now, where they just doing all these ridiculous dribbles, pulling up from half court and breaking it, and still staying on the court, but like I said, everything changed really after 2016. 2016 was kind of like the something happened during that time, especially with Curry coming in and shooting the lights out. So now there's really no rules. So now dudes think they could just come in sports. They think they can come in open runs and then just not be able to play good, and like nobody's gonna say nothing about it. That's wild. I'm sorry, I didn't grow up that way. I didn't. I grew up seeing if you couldn't play, you didn't get the ball. Bottom line, you suck, you don't get the ball. If even if you're making it up in certain ways, if you can't play, you're not getting the ball. But even if it's pickup, I remember when I was 13, 14, my older cousin brought me to a pickup game. I started off the game well, and I was playing with adults. I started off well. I started playing bad. They let me know, and I was a kid. these were adults. I started playing bad, and they let me know, but I fought through it. I found my rhythm, and I made up for it, and it helped me later on because I ended up having tryouts in high school, and it was a breeze after that. But it was just
Yeah.
like I had to go through that. I had to had to keep playing with the adults again. It helped me be better. But
Yeah.
now you'll have kids, they'll join. There's certain kids when they join in. Sorry, not out. Let me not put that on the kids. Now there's certain people that didn't have that. So now it'll be adults joining in pickup. Adults. And they just expect them, if they're playing bad, they expect like they still expect the ball even though they're playing bad. That's bottom line. If you're a kid, it's one thing when you're a kid, but these people be adults. They play awful, and they still expect me to pass them the ball. It's wild work. It's just wild, just wild. Oh,
Crazy.
I'll say this. If you want to test, I'll say this: if there's any soccer players watching, if you really want to test your resolve, you got to play ball. You got to play soccer in New York. You got to play soccer in New York. That I played well there, but it was interesting. That was that was like I was fine, but I'll say this: in when you play soccer in New York, that basically confirmed it wasn't like I wasn't wrong for how I was playing. I realized because I used to be like, because there'll be like certain pickup runs I would do in the state that I live in, and I'm like, I know I'm playing fine, but I'm like, why? How come sometimes they're still struggling to pass me the ball sometimes and whatnot? And I play in New York, I'm playing just fine, and the competition is a lot higher. Or if I'm playing league, if I'm playing I played a couple league games in New York as a fill-in. I played just fine, if not better. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm doing it fine. I'm doing it right. So, but I'll say this, yeah, New York soccer will test your resolve. I'll say the pickup games are way more competitive than the league games in New York, believe it or not. Because because the pickup games are free. So you got all types of ninjas, right? Of all, different backgrounds trying to play, trying to squad up, trying to stack up the teams.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So that's a whole other story. But anyways, back to the T app. Sorry, I went a little bit off course. Yeah, this woman here. But okay, you see how I went on that rant on my sports and whatnot? That I get mad at stuff like this, but this is like this stuff. This is just this is ridiculous to me. So like even like you'll see women, they'll even ask me sometimes. They'll come to me with their problems, and I'll be like, "What's the issue?" Chris, don't you have a heart? And I'm like, "Oh, my bad. No, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do." Even like when I was younger, like in high school, like it'll be a girl. She'll be talking crazy ish about a dude that I know. They'd be like, Chris, what do you think about him? I'm like, I don't see what he did wrong. You're just like, oh, okay. Because everything that they described, it seemed like this was a mutual agreement. They be acting like dudes is walking around with clubs on their hands and knocking women upside the head and dragging them and making them do
Yeah, things that they don't want to do.
like dudes. I'm like, even the worst dudes, they not doing that. They're using manipulation tactics, but it's all anything that they can get you to do, and they didn't physically force you to do it. That's on you. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Even if the guy is the worst, like dudes are not allowed to physically touch you, and you're getting into more drama. That makes no sense. I don't know what to tell you. They be really acting like dudes is just forcing them to do these things. So let me see something here. You see another one. We got a dude responding to the T app.
Why the fuck this one bitch talking about something? Yeah, I went on the T app and I posted my man. I told everybody
Broski looks a little bit zesty, but I'll give him a pass.
that he be whooping my ass. He don't shower. He like to wear my clothes. He let me play in his behind. He low key DL. Then 2 days later, this bitch in the car with him. Like, damn, bitch, you could have kept half that shit to yourself. You ain't had to say all that. Who the fuck was you warning? You done aired out all y'all business for no reason. Now he look weird and you look weird too. Shit, man.
This is facts. I've seen this happen a lot. I've seen this happen a lot. They do a quick break, or she thought she was dating a dude and she wasn't. Then she starts posting all these stories on her Instagram about her being a princess warrior and all this nonsense, and then talk about how they'll say this. Oh yeah, a lot of these dudes out here, they really be low key gay and all this stuff, and then they come back 4 days later, posting a pic of them together, or her holding his hand, and he's in a Dodge Charger SRT, whatever, with his Rolex and his tats, all this stuff. And you're just like, I thought you were just saying all this nonsense about, okay, whatever. So that's kind of, especially like when I was in high school, that's why I had very little tolerance on really people in general talking about their significant other, whether it be man or male or female. But when it came to women complaining about certain men, I had literally zero tolerance for it, because I knew they were going to be back with that dude the next day or the next weekend. They were going to be hooking up with him. It's just too many stories I knew, and too many women that I knew, or women that I thought I respected, or girls that I thought had respect for themselves, and they were doing this.
Yeah, I see that a lot, especially in Jamaica. Like, I don't see a lot of women doing it, but there's like every time I see like a few, like who you wouldn't expect.
Let me see. I'm seeing a lot of girls here. I don't know which one I should click. Let me click this one, because it looks like she has a job. So we'll give this a go.
Y'all, my friend just called me and she said, bitch, they exposing them niggas on that app. So, you know I had to run and go get the app. Y'all better run and go get it too, so y'all can see all the tea. Y'all, my friend just called me.
Jesus Christ. So typical.
I think the T app is amazing. I think it's the first time ever since dating apps started that now we have an app that protects women, because men will create profiles on these dating apps, whether it's the regular dating apps or even the Muslim dating apps like Salams or Muz. They will create a profile that makes them look like such a nice, sweet gentleman, like such a normal guy. But it turns out that is far from the truth, that they are either a liar.
What, do you expect people to put "I'm a bad person" on their dating app? Well, remember they did that experiment where they put like a Chad on there, and they said, I'm a pedophile, and he still had bitches messaging him like, well, that was in the past. It's like, that's wild. Just
that guy, as long as he looks good, they give him a pass.
That was wild. When I saw that, I was like, wow. Men are out here being predators and all this nonsense. I was like, yeah. I was just like, okay, man. This whole thing with this whole predator thing and evil guy, at the end of the day, a truly bad person, he's not going to, especially if it's an online profile, people are not going to put their lowlights on the internet for them to see their lowlights. So if that took you getting burned on Tinder or Bumble, if it took you getting burned umpteenth times for you to realize that, then your critical thinking skills need work. You should already be, when you're on a dating app or a social media, you should already know, I don't know this person. It's not whether or not the guy is evil or not. It's just, I don't know this person. So if you do end up finding out he's not the guy for you, especially if you never even gave him sex, and so you don't even have to worry about, oh, I had sex with a bad man, and you just find out, oh, he's not a good person, I could just leave this guy alone. You should be able to move on from that. But what's really happening is these women, when they swipe right, which is rare, they expect everything to go right from there. Because they swipe right, because they feel like, oh, I'm the picky one, so if I swipe right on him, or whatever the swipe is to hit the check mark, he must be a decent person, right? It's the the halo effect, the halo effect. If they see a guy that they find attractive, or if you find somebody as attractive, you're gonna think the best of them, even without knowing them. So, but unfortunately, there's a lot of people that still, they just think if somebody looks good, or if somebody checks certain boxes, that automatically makes them a great person. But at the end of the day, you don't know who that person is. And it only takes, you need to actually vet people, and you can't just be going off of looks, or D game, or money, or etc. You really have to check for character, but they don't really have a character swipe list, on Tinder and on these apps. So like I said, like a thunderhead like this, she needs like in an arranged situation. And I think a lot of people really, I say a lot of people really need that in general, but yeah, women like this, they definitely need an arranged situation.
A cheater, a manipulator, somebody who's physically aggressive, verbally aggressive, somebody who is dangerous, somebody who has a criminal record. On the Muslim dating apps, they even ask the question, do you smoke? Do you drink? And a lot of men will answer no to that when the answer is actually yes, that they do smoke and drink. Like, they're just not forthcoming about it, because they know a lot of the women on the Muslim dating apps do not smoke or drink themselves, nor do they want a man who smokes or drinks. These men will lie about that in order to obtain a woman who's like innocent or like pure. They want that because they believe they're entitled to like an innocent, pure, virgin woman. Like, and they also believe that she's easier to control, easier to manipulate, easier to mold. These men out here are spooky. This app is really, really so important to help protect.
All right, that's enough.
Means, oh my God, I don't want, these guys just want a woman who is just like, something has turned out wrong with them. Like, what women hate dudes who want like not damaged goods.
Okay, so we got one dude on here. He's gonna say this was designed for them to potentially lie on dudes. So let's hear him out.
So this whole T app was designed for women to warn other women about men that are weirdos, red flags, dangerous men at that as well, which I definitely support for sure. But there's a problem with that, because let's say a woman wants to use the app, she gets on it, reports about a guy, then it turns around that she's lying the entire time, because that same guy can pull out evidence and proof of her lying and whatever she did and shit. Then at that point, you're fucking it up for other women as well. And as we know it, the dating scene is already fucking cooked. So with this app being top 3 right now, currently in the App Store, that's how you know it's done. GG's. So we have to sit back and think to ourselves, is this app really worth it in the long run? Because as for the women, they want to sit there and go on here just to lie. It will be your worst nightmare. That's all I gotta say. So
I see the comment. It says the CIA didn't even try with that app. This is clearly that, like, this app is clearly a psyops. That, like, clearly, there's no way. Somebody said the $10 million class action lawsuit's about to be insane. All it takes is people having their name defamed and evidence it's a lie, and how the app let it happen equals easy payout, I imagine. I imagine that as well, but that's why I'm confused. It's like because it's gonna be one white dude that they try, and it's gonna be the wrong white dude, and somebody gonna get sued for everything they got. You know,
Mhm.
so I don't with the risk of that and the potential like the app could potentially go bankrupt off of the lawsuits. How is this app going to be able to even stand the test of time? It's got to be government funded. It has to be. Oh yeah, by the way, I keep hearing it. I keep hearing the echo off your end. I don't know if it's the is your mic next to the your laptop or yeah, I keep hearing it. Just a
Are you-
little bit. It comes in and out from time to time.
You sure it's an echo or clicking?
Yeah, it's like it might be, yeah, it's more of a clicking slash
Yeah.
not necessarily like, yeah, but it's more of a clicking or something. You see, oh, Water God, I didn't even look at Water God Zero's chat. He said I had to leave because my mic was messing up.
Oh yeah. I did hear the mic like it was echoing like our voice. I was wondering like I was saying like did Water God have another tab open up meanwhile going into into the stream? It did sound like
So we got Shadow Dog Law with the 199 super chat. Here we go. I'm hearing the echo off you. Yeah, now it's an echo.
for real?
Yeah. I heard. Yeah, because all when I did the sound bite, I heard a whole. It did a whole reverb. Did a whole reverb.
Something is wrong here. I don't know what's going on. It's probably because I'm in the living room alone. So
Oh yeah.
there's
Oh yeah.
sound,
You gotta find a space where it's not
like really tight, so it doesn't really the sound doesn't bounce all over the place.
exactly. And then, are you using headphones or not?
No, I'm not using headphones.
Okay, yeah, that's probably so. It's like what works best is if you find like a tight area, and then you have headphones and a mic.
Yeah.
That's usually how you kind of you limit the echoes on that. So let me read Shadow Dog Law's super chat. The 199. He said, "What's up, Chris? I'm off work and life in your live." Let me see. Oh, sorry. I don't know why I can't read right now. He said, "What's up, Chris? I'm off work and your live is great." Okay. Thank you, man. Thanks, man. I might do a live while I'm over out of state. So I might be out of state because I thought I was gonna have a certain performance tonight and it didn't happen. The powers that may be did not give us. Well, it was really one person that blocked the move, and I can't say the artist's name, but I'll say this: luckily, one of the members of our group, he had a performance the other week with Locks. That's what I will just say with the group Locks. So he was able to open up for him. I'm gonna just leave it at that. But in terms of the band in and of itself, we were shot because of that one manager. We were supposed to open up for the artist tonight, but didn't happen. Let me check my. Oh Lord. Just as I mentioned that my group chat goes off, apparently It was a female artist too, mind you. It's a female artist. Apparently, he just sent us a a screenshot of him going into the DMs and saying "fuck you." This dude's stupid as hell. But anywho, so we shall see what's going on in these next couple of days. We shall see.
Chris, is there still like if you can still hear the echo?
It's just, well, now that you told me what your situation is,
Yeah.
I see why now it echoes from time to time. So you probably, or I'll say this, you probably have to put the volume down since you said you're not using headphones.
Yeah.
So definitely. So since you are in an open space, you do have to. That means you're gonna have to put the volume down, and then because you say you say you have a mic or you don't have a mic.
I mean, I do have a mic. I mean, I have earbuds in my pocket right now. I wonder if that works.
Yeah. So like, yeah, or if I don't know if you could do it because I'm gonna sign out in a little bit.
Yeah.
Before one, but definitely next time connect the mic. If it's your mic is USB, right? It's not XLR.
Well, I think well, the mic is kind of like what do they call it? You have to plug it in the computer. Unless I'm going to use the computer to. Yeah, I can use the computer instead.
Oh, so you're listening to this off your phone.
Yes.
Got you. Exactly. So yeah, it's I always say this, or because if you are going to use your phone, you got to have like one of those AirPods. Those expensive ass AirPods, not the fake AirPods. They're gonna make this it's gonna create a buzzing sound, but you gotta have one of those. You need to have one of those Bluetooth headphones that connects to your phone. That's also a mic, but it's not gonna make a sound.
Yeah,
if you're gonna use your phone. But that requires you to buy some expensive Bluetooth.
For like $100+
But the ideal situation is, especially if you're calling in on the show. The ideal situation is you plug in your mic to the laptop and then you use your headphones to listen, because that's the ideal. Because if you just plug in the mic but you're still using like speakers, that is gonna sound crazy. So it's gonna be and the mic. But a lot of the dudes, you'll see what happens is a lot of the dudes, they have their headphones and then they'll use they'll use their phones, but they got their headphones plugged in and there's a mic connected to their headphones that they're wearing. So it doesn't sound as bad and there's no echo. So that's what you'll see a lot of dudes do. But me personally, especially if I call in on the show, I try to make sure I'm home. I remember I tried to do it a couple of times with like AJ's show. Just try to go in, just no headphones, just the phone, and it just didn't go well in terms of my end, especially the connection. Sorry, I just got a notification, but like, yeah, that's why. So that's why. If you were on other shows and they heard echoes, that's what it was. Because you said you're in a more empty, hollow space. You got to find a more closed, condensed space, like your room, or something.
Yeah, because the last time I talked to you, it was in my living room.
Yeah, it's gotta believe it or not, it's gotta be more closed than that, or unless if you're gonna get unless if you're gonna get one of those real expensive ass mics where it doesn't really matter where you're at. Like my mic, it doesn't really matter really where I'm at. But
my mic, I have like like whenever I'm using a laptop device, I have my earphones and the mic plug in at the same time, because I usually game, and everybody immediately finds out that I'm Jamaican because the accent. Like they could hear me clearly So I did.
That's gotta be awful because you already know people like I don't know what it is like they'll hear certain people with accents and they start imitating the accent off
Yeah.
rip. I don't know why people do that, but I'll say I'll say this like because you know when people hear a British accent, a Scottish, you know, like a British accent, a Jamaican accent, or a Caribbean accent in general, people for some reason they try to imitate it. I don't know what it is. Or like don't let you have like a Nigerian or an African accent. They finna rip you on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's that's what it's like. That's what it's like. But it's worse when it's like if you have a British accent, like because people think they'll watch a couple shows and they think they can imitate it, and it sounds awful.
Awful.
Sounds completely awful.
They're butchering their accent.
I feel like I'm disrespecting them if I do that. Like the only way if I'm gonna do like a accent, if I'm imitating somebody specific.
Yes.
If I got to be imitating somebody specific. I'm not just gonna be like if I hear somebody, then I'm finna just off. I'm talking about off rip. They meet you, they try to be like, "Hey man," and all this nonsense. You're just like, it's so cringe. Or if they hear a British person, they be like, "Oh, you like a cup of tea?" You know, all this nonsense. You're just like, I'm like, British people don't sound like that at all. But this is what people do. It's too predictable. But
whenever they hear the accent, they always say "Bumbleclord."
Now if they got like a sound bite, that's different. That's at least you admitting that you can't do the accent, right? That's way better to do than just to try to imitate it off rip because it just sounds cringe. It just sounds so cringe.
I know y'all on that wait list for the T app.
She said how to get accepted on the T app. She didn't even spell it right. She said team app.
You didn't even reread it. You know how TikTok and Instagram is ruthless. Like they're just completely ruthless. This bitch can't even type properly. Like they will correct you on everything.
Well, they only correct the dudes, so it's not really hoes be be misspelling like a motherfucker on there, but they don't really get called out on that.
If it's on Instagram though, they're gonna get called out. The guys don't even care if you call them like incels. That they're gonna double down.
She said how to get accepted on the team app, but we'll let it slide. We'll let it slide.
I know y'all on that wait list for the T app. I'm finna show y'all what to do, what not to do, and how to skip the skip line. All right, first, what you're going to do is sign in with your email, whatever, make an account, whatever. Some people say they got in faster if they use their Facebook account. They sign in using Facebook. Some people say they got in faster if they sign in using their Apple ID. Whatever you use it, okay? When you create your username, it's supposed to be anonymous, but don't make it like too anonymous, like something that can be any gender, any gender. Y'all know what I'm trying.
No wonder she can't type the goddamn name. But she can't even pronounce.
I'm gonna just leave my comments alone, bro.
Any gender, make it girly, like XOX Gossip Girl. Even though Gossip Girl is,
I would have given her a pass because she's not country. She's from up north because country people they say things different like country people they say genre, they say genre, right? Or they'll say things she's not country, she's just very uneducated. This is like this is a woman that would struggle to say the word like statistics. Like she'd be like statistics. Like she's one of those types. Definitely one of those types.
was actually a boy, but it was girly. It had y'all on the run thinking it was a girl, right? So, and then when you take your picture, make it girly. If you wear a bonnet, put the bonnet on. Make it girly. When you take your picture, Thank you. You do not have to look all that. You just have to look like a girl. And if you still la, you might have to show a little yeah. But hey, you got in though.
And she's telling broads to bust down if the system can't recognize you as a woman. Bruh.
So that's why they want to use this app.
I'm telling you.
They're gonna use it as a dating app. I mean, they technically already do because they already talked about it.
Yeah, that is true. They are going to use it as a slick dating app because they don't even realize a lot of the dudes what they consider red flags. It's usually women run towards a man's red flags than a man's so-called green flag. You know,
Yeah.
so this is what they do in general. They don't realize the more crap you actually talk about certain men, the more curious women are going to be about said dude, because they're going to be like, how is this dude still getting all these broads? So they take that as a challenge. They take it as a sign of curiosity, and that's how
That's
most
true because
women
like
get burned.
Chris, I believe like if a guy had like his whole family is Democratic, and he say, look, I don't want to see you. Like he tells them, look, I'm okay if you date black guys or any other race of guys, but don't date no Nazis, no guys with tattoos, no conservative. She's gonna come back with one of those guys.
Yeah, eventually, especially like you'll even have white dudes like that. They'll be like, oh yeah, I've actually had a couple black chicks, and dudes will be like shocked. They'll be like, how? Like, yeah, like people. Well, it'll be a lot of pro black dudes. They get shocked when they find out their pro black sisters have messed with Nazi type Confederate dudes type. I knew a dude I play music with. Mind you, he was like 5'2", 5'3". He's got a Confederate tattoo. He has it tattooed on him.
Mm-hmm.
He slept with a couple of black girls before with that tattoo. It's not hidden. It's on him. So that whole it'd be a lot of it'd be a whole lot of a whole lot of particularly black dudes. I don't know why they just think it don't happen, but it's a lot of black women that, especially the pro black women, that have slept with like Nazi type dudes, real white nationalists type dudes. Hell, I remember they had did a raid on one of these guys, and then they found like all of his pictures of his wife, and it's just him and and his wife was like really dark skinned too. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was. I don't know if he was one of the Proud Boys or it was like one of these people that they try to investigate, and they found like him and his pictures of his wife, and his wife basically dressing up as a slave. I was sitting there laughing. I was like, bruh, they're making her look crazy. But it happens a lot more than people give it credit for. So yeah, it happens both ways. It definitely happens both ways.
And ain't nobody gonna see the picture, so do your big one. And then after you take the picture and it submits and it says you are now on the wait list, wait. Because then another slide is going to pop up. It was going to ask you if you would like to skip the wait list. If you would like to skip the wait list, send it to 3 people. You don't even have to send it to 3 different people. Literally, I'm in a group chat with 2 other people. I sent it to them individually, and then I sent it to the group chat. 3 people in. Then it says you have now skipped the wait list. Then you wait. Click on their Instagram, and then you go back. Click on their TikTok, and then you go back. Because at the bottom it says, connect with us or whatever. Click on that stuff. Then go back. I didn't say follow them. Is you listening? Right. Swipe up on the app. Go to sleep. Come back next day. That you gonna get that little thing and it's gonna say you have been accepted. And when you do, tell Tyra thank you. And don't take no picture. I forgot.
I saw something on Instagram which was hilarious. It was on Spiritual Word. So they show like the comments for the reactions of the T app being the number one app. And the number one comment had me laughing. They're just like, why is it that Indeed is not the number one app? The job application app. They're just they were just like, what the I'm seeing weirdo stuff on Spiritual Word right now. I'm seeing weird stuff, like really weird stuff. I'm not even gonna look at that. What the oh my god. But anyways, let me try to find that T app post. I was laughing so hard. They said, why is Indeed not ever the number one app? Or snagajob.com. Why is that not the number one app? Yeah, this is the top comment. I was laughing so hard. They said, why can't Indeed ever be the number one app? Yep. Somebody said the Bible should be the number one app. Oh, man. Somebody said, yay. Somebody said, God hates gossip and slander. Be careful. Somebody said, y'all still going to be with him anyway. So what's the point? Facts. That's what I said.
Yeah.
The dudes that they want to be with, they're still gonna be with them anyways. We all know how this works. The only people that are gonna suffer is gonna be the dudes that don't obey, and they're gonna be put on them. They're gonna get put on blast, which is gonna be the average dude. Somebody said, y'all really got nothing else to do but to talk about them on a group chat. Seek God and not T. He will open your eyes to the people that ain't good for you the same way he will place those blessings in your life. Pray. Well, like I said, religion is not. Well, first of all, okay. So the woman that said this. So this woman here, first of all, she's what you would call conventionally pretty, even though a lot of that is makeup. So of course it's easy for, and she's had a lot of plastic surgery done on her body and face. So let me see. So of course somebody like her, she's still gonna get chose in general. She's gonna get like, yeah, she got how many kids? She has 3 kids. So yeah. Let me see. So of course she's gonna say that choose God and all that stuff. Hey man, religion, that joint not gonna work no more. You see. Somebody said we really are the prize. That's a man making this comment. Somebody said, how are men not the prize again? That's all I was about to say, but so this might be a smart broad. So somebody, this is a smart broad right here. She says, that's crazy. I bet you anything it's a man behind that app. If you are a Gossip Girl fan, you already know. This might be one of the few women that has some discernment skills, because it's a gay man that created this app. Yeah, because really a lot of these things that women think that they're running, there's a man behind it. So even like a lot of the songs that they think, they're singing these Cardi B songs, these Beyonce songs, a lot of these songs are written by men, and a lot of them written by gay men or men that are playing both sides of the fence. Especially when you're talking about Beyonce, Cardi B, Meg Thee Stallion. Men, a lot of their biggest hits were written by men. They don't know this. A lot of the normie women don't know this. So this is clearly a woman that pays attention. Somebody said, nah, it's a ditzy ass girls on that app and they not even using the app. No. Somebody said, yes, that's what I'm saying. Men know how to capitalize off of helping women these days. Well, put quotation marks around helping. Derek Jackson, right? To a lesser extent, Dr. Umar. These people, they know where they're pastors, right? All these they know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. Even to I'll say to a lesser extent, musicians, artists, right? They know who to cater to. They know, man, we gotta make a record for the ladies. And they're always doing that, right? So this is what people know, where their bread is buttered. Somebody said a white man is definitely behind the app. Facts. Shout out to another one that understands what's going on. Yep, it looks like somebody did the research. Yep. But yeah, it's shout out to those two sisters in the chat. They understand what's going on. Like they know, they already know how to do this. And plus his reasoning on why he made the app, that sounds like the stupidest reason I've ever heard in my life. If you got a 50-year-old mom that's getting played by pookies, getting catfished by YNs on Tinder, I mean, your mom is, bruh. That's on her. I'm sorry. Apparently, yeah, there's a wait list. So there's one woman, she says, still not having gotten accepted. I'm like number 560,455 on the wait list. So they will wow.
They're rushing all the way in.
Somebody said, is the goal in life for most people to be miserable? They literally go looking for unhappiness daily. I agree. Especially when you're talking about women. Somebody said lawsuits pending. That's why I'm like, I don't understand how this app, they want the divide to be like complete, and then once it completely goes down, they just want to see the aftermath of the divide. It makes no sense, because I already know they're gonna try the wrong dude. This is gonna take one dude, and they're gonna sue the shit out the app.
So they haven't learned from the what they call it? Are we dating the same guy? Facebook page.
Yeah. I remember he sued. So, but like I said, that somebody said CIA is putting up Jordan numbers. Oh man. Yeah, it's a whole bunch of comments basically saying, I'm waiting to get in. You gotta be kidding me. That's what they're doing, man. This is ridiculous. Somebody said y'all need to turn to God, not all these other people. But like, religion is not gonna help no more. That is off. Somebody said, and some of these women be lying. No, it's gonna be most. Most of the women are going to be lying on there. They're not. And if you do see a woman say, there's even going to be women on there. They will post a man that knows that is not tech savvy, and they're going to post him just so they can keep that man to himself. There's going to be women and stuff like that. Like, it's not. So even if she is posting the truth, they're just. It's not to help other women. It's for everything's gonna be for selfish reasons. It's gonna be rare that it's like, okay, I ran into a man, because if it's really that serious, you got to go to the police. But not the damn. If it's really that serious, you're gonna go to the police, not the damn T app. So you're using the T app to be messy. That's just facts. Okay, so we got one woman on here. She says, this is crazy. and it violates men's privacy. It's giving vindictive, obsessed, and insecure. The app is for women trying to avoid the work of actually making themselves more desirable, the work of properly vetting a man they want to date and marry, or moving on when it isn't for you. People want a cheat code to try to get what they want faster and at no consequence to themselves, so they don't have to sit in uncertainty, in uncomfortableness, or rejection. That's well said. And I'll even say it like this. I said in the beginning of the show, when we talk about the Middle East, right, or these countries, and you'll have the conservatives, the male conservatives saying that they're oppressing the women over there. And I say, no, they're not. What they're doing the exact same thing that the women are doing. States. They're just making it where the advantages of dating are going to their side with little, with minimal risk on their end. But the way they're doing it here on the States, they're trying to take, they're not even trying to, it's not even minimizing the risk. They're just trying to have it have the dating game completely on their side with no risk at all. No, I'm talking about they're just trying to completely eliminate the risk at the expense of eliminating all men. If it involves eliminating all men, so be it. They don't want to take no risk. So that's what they're trying to do, to put all the advantage to their side with them taking no risk, no vetting. They don't want to put no skin in the game. They just want everything handed to them.
Yeah, until most of those become like either they become passport bros or they just leave the country. And I think they're gonna start gating people from leaving the country.
Yeah, I think so too. I believe that they're trying to find ways to keep the men here because at the end of the day, yeah, the government will give them all the stuff, but they're not trying to take care of all these broads. They're not. That's the only reason why they're really panicking, because they know at somewhere around their 30s, these bitches is gonna throw the towel in. They know this. So, but they've already spent most of their 20s literally trying to destroy men, trying to literally kill them and destroy them. And they know they can't really pivot like they could in the past. So the hoes back then, yeah, they could like be a hoe like in private, or like even like in the 90s. They could run it up, but they could always pivot in their late 20s or in their mid 20s, right? But usually they would pivot in their mid 20s. Then they started pivoting in their late 20s, and now they're not even trying. Like they can't. They've done too much to where they can't even pivot. So even if they try to come back, it sounds so disingenuous. Like you'll have. Let me see if I can bring up the one video.
Chris, so you're saying like even when dudes don't want to date single mothers, like government is gonna try to push them on you.
Yeah, I think there's gonna be a time where they're gonna try to somehow force the average man to be like, "Nah, you have to take care of one of these broads. You have."
Hell no. I'm, you know what I'm gonna do? Like, if you ever watch Raging Golden Eagle.
No, I've never watched.
Like who covers like article, and he makes. I think he makes like comic books, and he kind of has this Texas accent. Like he said, like he's saying the same thing, but I think it was 4 years ago when he said like government is gonna try to push these women on you, and he says he's gonna he's gonna call himself gay just because they're gonna try.
I can see dudes doing that. I definitely can see because for the most part, like maybe the women don't see it, but for the most part, I just see dudes just trying to keep their distance. They keep a safe distance before engaging, and the only people that are trying to engage are dudes that have like I'm talking about completely no business engaging. So these are the
Yeah.
people that have watched, you know, the PUAs, the pickup artists, and they think that's what they're supposed to do. And those guys are, and eventually they're going to turn black pill because they're not going to get the results that they want. So at the end of the day, it all comes back. It's always going to come back to it's not worth it. It's really not worth it. Actually, let me not bring up the video because I can't even find it. But you have women now, or they'll make videos now where they're saying, "Oh, I'm trying to look for somebody," but it's so disingenuous. It's not. It's like you like even the women can see through. It's like it's not genuine. It's definitely not genuine. But shout out to Janaya, because that is how you that's how you pronounce her name. It's Janaya. I know people gonna be like, they're just gonna look at her name. They're gonna be like, oh, she's up to no good. But nah, she's all right. Let me see. A woman with this app is a red flag. Facts. Somebody said women taking advice from other women is beyond me. Oh man, facts. Somebody said, "Isn't there a teabag killer?" Well, that's a fake story.
Chris already debunked that.
Yeah, it was not just me. It's just, you just read the article, you're just like, "Oh, this is a fake story," and it actually would help the liberal media for that story to be true, but they were just so bogus with the details, and that's how you know that was probably a black woman that tried to create a fake story like that. They're not really good at. Black people in general are not really good at tying up loose ends. So, you know, it is what it is. Somebody said, "I'm really just here for the tea and to be nosy." Well, that's all of them. That's all of them. Somebody said, "Still gonna be with him, so what's the point?" Facts. But I mean, if let me see. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Meanwhile, men keep their lips shut tighter than a Ziploc. Facts. Because these same hoes that are talking about this T app, meanwhile, you got married women doing crazy damage out here. Doing crazy damage. Crazy, and dudes is not snitching on them. Dudes
Like
they're not gonna
taking
do it.
kids off of bed and putting them on the ground and getting gangbang.
Literally. It's so bad. Like even like that's why I would even like there'll be certain dudes that will brag about, oh, I was messing with this married bro, but married women are literally the easiest women. Just one of the easiest women to sleep with. That's why I don't know if I've ever messed with a married broad knowingly, but that's not something I would brag about if I was doing, because these are the easiest people. Like you got to see these, especially when they get drunk. Like they wild. Married women are wild. So that's one of you know, but like I said, dudes don't tell on him for the most part. You see, keeping women chronically single. Somebody said women love lying to each other. What can go wrong?
Wait, somebody in the comments name yeah, was it Jarvik? Like he said, stopping men from travel. That's definitely something like Republicans do without the covert feminists they elect the government.
Somebody said way too. He said somebody woman said we too old for this. Hey, like I said, it's basically high school all over again. When you like on your Nintendo DS, they got remember the chat feature on the Nintendo DS where you could chat with people and stuff.
Yeah.
On the that's you join a chat room and you talking cash ish about so and so. It never, that mentality is never, they never really graduate past that mentality. We got a Christian lady. She said, "I rebuke this." Oh man. Somebody said, "Y'all really got nothing else to do." Facts. Somebody said that SMH ain't no way this is really an app. Come on, y'all do better. He said, "Y'all pushing 30 and going to an app full of gossip." Facts. It's gonna be. It's wow. Anyway, that's oh my god. There's so much facts with that. Somebody said this app gonna get one of y'all daddies beat up. It's gonna get a lot of innocent men beat up. It's gonna get a lot of innocent men in trouble, but they don't care. Somebody said that's alarming. He said there's many apps that can improve lifestyles, and this is the number one app. That's all I'm saying. Like all of the apps that we have that literally makes that can make certain things in your life so much easier. Yet this is the number one app. Because I'm looking at my phone now. If I'm looking at the apps that I have, like I literally have, there's apps on here that literally helps me make money.
Really?
Without it has helped me with my YouTube. It's helped me with my music.
Chris, you gotta spill the beans somewhere else, not on you. Not on you.
There's apps. You got these messaging. You got the social media apps where they gave you TikTok, where it gave a lot of brocos a opportunity to make money when they had no. I'm talking about no chance of making money nowhere else outside of TikTok, and they still this is the number one app. That's wild. Because I know because I know all the hoes got Cash App. I know all the hoes got these paywalls on their phone, but yet this is the number one app. And they said that there's a waiting list. So it's not everybody can't even use the app right now. And so it's still downloaded on their phone. Because most apps that need to have a waiting list, or if there's something even close to a waiting list, or if it can't download, if they don't have enough room on their phone, people just be like, whatever, I don't need the app. So that shows they don't care. Yeah, like there's apps on that I have on my phone. I literally need the phone to pay bills, or I'm gonna have to go to these websites manually and pay my bills there. So like, I had my business card on my phone with the QR code. And out of all this stuff that they got, out of all these things, the T app is the number one app.
Crazy.
That's funny. Okay, so we got this one. I downloaded T, the new man shaming app. Here's what I learned. The app uses AI to verify users' selfies and ensure that they are. These bitches are stupid. They're literally giving the AI. Oh my God. So it's the AI. It's not even really. It's AI verifying if these selfies. So now they just gave AI a whole thing of data to use in terms of for faces, or if they, the sex, the female sex bots that they're so worried about.
Mm-hmm. They're giving them ideas.
Wow. So it says the app uses AI to verify the user's selfies and ensure that they are women. Once verified, the users can post photos of men, mainly scraped from dating profiles, and demand the tea or gossip. And also what this is leading to is where now the only way you can guarantee to really have a chance of dating really low key is if you don't really have a social media profile. But now it has the favor where all the women have their social media, and now the men think I can't have no social media. This is just ridiculous. Okay, so they said the AI tool that dredges up these smears is called Catfish Finder AI. The app can also expose phone numbers, perform background checks, and dig up criminal histories and public records. So he said the men on X are complaining that they're being doxxed. I don't know why that's in quotation marks. That's literally what's being happened. That's what's happening. They're being doxxed. You can find out their phone number, their location. Or how about this? Imagine you got one of these broads, because I'll put something on my comments, and you'll have broads they'll start stalking your social media. That's why I put my account on private. So they'll stalk your social media or your YouTube. Then they could then if they don't like you, they can just if you have your face attached to it, they can just put your face into the T app. Somebody can get your location, find out your phone number, and now you and your family's exposed just because you said something you disagreed with them. Right? But maybe that's my sign to be like, hey, stop commenting on Instagram when you see something. Stop putting those comments up there.
Because like Chris is, if you've seen my Instagram, I think I have one old photo from 2017, and I see like people start commenting on it. Mr. What?
So yeah, because I put my I put my main Instagram, I put it on private because it's too many. First of all, I already think I have bugs on my channel. I think there are people that have been reporting my stuff. I do believe that. And then on top of that, people will disagree with you. I'm talking about you didn't diss them. You didn't call them fat. You didn't call them a hoe. You'll just say an opinion about something else, not related to them, just an opinion, and they will stalk your page and spam your page and then try to follow you on YouTube. Do slander, right? And all this nonsense. And you're just like, I just had a difference of an opinion. And a lot of the times when I'll make a comment, it's not for the hoes. It's really for other men to see another point of view, because it's important for men to see a different point of view than what women are putting it. Because when a woman is given a point of view, it's very slanted. There's no type of balance. There's no type of objectivity. It's just her slanted worldview of things. So it'll be like a bitch. She'll be talking about how the dudes in high school were dudes that was the older dudes that was dating these high school chicks. They were victims, and I'll say no, that's not really victimhood. But most dudes, they don't know. So if you're a younger dude, you're just gonna think, oh, these women are out here, they're victims. But it takes somebody like me or somebody that's brave enough to be like, nah, that's not really true. I'm not saying the dudes aren't predators themselves for going after high school kids, but let's keep it a buck. These girls could be dating anybody they want, and they chose to date older dudes. Mm-hmm. Like they could have dated the dudes in their range, but they didn't want to. They thought that they were better than them. So who's really the victim? Who's really the predator? Especially if you're a girl and you out here, you have a fake ID. Who's really the predator? And I'm pretty sure most dudes don't think of things. They don't, and especially in high school, you're not really looking at it like that. You're really not, especially at that age. But it's very important that you have somebody that, like me, that at least puts a different point of view out there. if you let hoes run with their narrative, they're always going to be the victim. Always. Somebody's always doing them wrong. I always give the example. I give the example usually of Mia Khalifa, right? She always says, "Oh, the industry didn't pay me. I got tricked into the industry." She always runs with that story, even though it's been debunked. She always runs with it. She says it every time because she knows eventually that's just going to be the official story. So then I remember I had brought up Mia Khalifa one time as an example of what hoes should not be doing. And then my cousin was like, "Oh yeah, isn't that the girl that didn't get her bread?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" But that's all it takes because she keeps running with that story. Because he probably doesn't all OD know who she is. But if you don't really know who Mia Khalifa is, even though I doubt it, but if you don't know who she is, and then you just hear that story, you're just gonna think, "Oh, the studios took money for her. They owe her money," which is not true. But she keeps running with that story every single time. So that's why do you think the women, they're always going to be like, "We need equal pay. We need equal play. We need equal." They're just going to keep, because most of the time women are going to get what they want, what they want.
Especially the NBA, the WNBA.
They're just going to eventually they look at women's soccer. Look at USA women's soccer. They were able to get something of a semblance of that because they just kept pushing for it, even though logically it made no sense. But if most women, that's how they usually get what they want. They just keep pestering you until you give up. Right? Most dudes don't have the balls to be like, "Okay, if you're just going to keep complaining, we're kicking you out. No league for you." Men are not going to do that. Right? So that's why even when you talk about the Middle East, they don't even try to, or you talking about Saudi Arabia, they don't even try to push it because they already know something bad might possibly happen. Right? I say that wrong on purpose, right? That's a ode to Bernie Mac. But it's like they don't try to push it because they might even lose their right to even bring up the subject. So they don't even try to push it. Over in those countries, but they know they live in the West. They live in a quote unquote free country. They're just going to keep saying, "We want equal pay. We want equal pay. There's a gender wage gap. There's a gender wage gap." And we're just like, you could literally show them the logic, and it just like, logically, this doesn't make sense. This is why this is happening to you. They don't care because they know they're going to eventually they're going to get what they want. Eventually, they know men are not going to be like, "Oh." They know that the NBA is going to be. They know that the NBA is not going to get rid of the WNBA, because really, if the NBA actually was standing on some nuts, if it was really a patriarchy, there would be no WNBA. So they don't have a fear of losing the WNBA, so they're just going to keep pushing for what they want. And trust me, if you were to somehow give them equal pay, they're still going to ask for more. They're still going to ask for more things. So don't even think. And believe it or not, the WNBA, they're starting to get some push from a lot of the men, believe it or not, for some of them to start getting to get a pay raise. Believe it or not, there's some there's some traction behind it. Now there is, you know what I mean? But they're just going to keep pushing for it. They're just going to keep pushing for it until they get what they want. There's no logic attached to it. There's no math, science, reasoning. They're just gonna, if they want what they want, they're just gonna keep pushing for it because eventually they know they're gonna get what they want. Shout out to Jarvik in the chat. So he said, "Wait, some single mom beta male made this app because mom's poor choices, simps fail us, shade them hard." It wasn't a male simp per se. It was a gay man that made the app. A gay white man. Jarvik also says, "Walk away and hold the line. Hold the line. We are winning and they are going insane." Facts. That's what I'll also say that as well. If there was a time to hold the line, this is definitely, or I'll say this. If this was not a sign for you to delete your dating app, if you're a man, you need to delete it ASAP. Right?
Hide the pictures.
And also another tip too, and I know people might think this is wrong. If you slid in a girl's DMs and you're not getting the response that you want, you need to unsend that message. You need to unsend it before she screenshots it. So I know that's kind of cheating, but I've been doing that. I've been doing that for a while. I thought I was the only one doing. Because it'll be like I remember back in the day. Because I went through my DMs when I started my YouTube channel, and I really looked through my DMs, and I was like, I need to delete all these messages of me sliding in the DM. And I literally went through all of my messages and like deleted all those messages. Even if it was just if I messaged a person one time, even if it was just me messaging a random IG girl, whatever, off of a meeting that I met. If I met a girl one time and I asked for her IG and I messaged her and she didn't message me back, I deleted all of those messages. Well, we going all the way in. We going all the way in. Jarvik says stopping men from travel. That's definitely something Republicans would do with all the covert feminists they elect to government. Facts. I think they're gonna do that. Especially with the whole passport bro things, and now the expatriates are being highlighted. So Jarvik said, I hate to say it, but men shouldn't be on social media for dating. I don't use social, but I've been monk mode for years. MGTOW. I believe that as well. I don't think, or if you do have a social media, I don't follow any IG models on my social media. Now, if I am following a girl on my social media, it's because I've smashed already. And it's just whatever. Right? I smashed already. If you see me following any chick on my main, my music one, that's different. That's different. And even then I don't message them. Right? That's that I always say. And I'll just say, when it comes to just talking to women in general, just keep your text messages and your communications with them at a minimum. And if you want to do something, keep it brief and to the point. Brief and to the point. Because the hoes, they screenshot everything. Jarvik says, problem is anyone could still put me on blast somehow, but since I have no criminal record, it might not work. Same here. I have no criminal record, so it might not work, but I already know I haven't. Let me see. When it comes to my money, I've had some money problems. I'm not gonna lie. So hopefully they don't use that against me from my past. But yeah, I have no criminal record. I have zero criminal record. Let me see. Jarvik says, I had an instance at work where some uggo had me her number, try to get mine. She's just separated from her husband who had a brain injury in a car wreck and is asking me at work why I won't call her. Oh, you're fucked. You're fucked. I'll say this also, you can't be too nice to people, because unfortunately people will take advantage. Like, you'll have some people that you really wouldn't talk to them, but you feel bad because you see other people avoiding them, but there's a reason why other people are avoiding them. I've had to learn. I've learned that the hard way. So you got to be very careful with that. That I feel like I can give people advice on that. I always say I can't necessarily give you relationship advice, but when it comes to advice like that, I feel like I'm more than qualified. When it comes to that kind of communication, you really have to limit your communication in general. And I always say this, I say this, I say, like, if you can, don't talk to any women at your job.
Yeah.
No matter what your job is. Just and be consistent. Don't do that bullshit where you ain't talking to nobody, but then the pretty girl with the nice ass walks in and now you don't do that shit. I'm talking about, you got to be consistent, right? And I believe there are positive results from that, because I think there are, because you will run across a couple of responsible women here and there. They'll notice that you're not a talky type person, and you're not a person where it's like, okay, you're not talking to most of the bitches, but you talking with the bitch with the fat ass and all this nonsense. So you're not that type of
Women
person.
also get jealous if you only talk to dudes.
Exactly. But eventually you will meet a woman that is not, that'll see you be responsible. You know what I mean? And she sees your consistency. So because eventually somebody's gonna try to put some false rumor on you, right? I remember at my old job, one of my old jobs, there was this one girl who was kind of trying to talk to me, and I was friendly, but nothing more than that. Nothing more than that. But then she tried to pull it on me, the nonsense. And you know what nonsense I'm finna tell you. So one day she just goes, "Hey, can you just give me a Coke?" I was like, "What? Can you give me a Coke?" And I just basically just walked away from her. She was dead serious. She wanted me to just like get, even if it was like, oh, can you go to the fridge and get me the Coke that I bought? I don't want to walk there. Even if it was that, I would have walked away. But she was literally like, "Can you just get me a Coke?" I was like, what's wrong with this bitch? And then I just stopped talking to her. Never talked to her again since. Because they'll just pull it on you. And mind you, you're not the person that you're just initiating. She just thinks that you're a goofy or something for whatever reason, maybe because you're being too nice or whatever. And in that instance, I was like, I didn't even respond. I was like, I just literally looked. I gave her, what's it, the Gen Z stare? The Gen Z stare. And then basically my attachment to her just completely was just severed. I was just like, and I walked away. I didn't talk to her at the job since. You know, it's easy for me to do that. But that's one of the examples that I can give where if I even detect usury or you trying to use me in some certain way, I will just stop talking to you. Or if I have to come around you, I will not initiate the conversation.
Yeah.
And people will notice. I believe this. I believe consistency gets rewarded. You got to be consistent about this. You got to be, because I go in there, I really don't, even when I'm doing my music, I don't talk to any women unless if it's literally
for business.
And it's very clear that if she's talking about me when I'm not there in a good way or in any way in terms of she wants to talk to me, she's initiating the conversation. It's clear to everybody. So that's what I've been making it. You know, I have to run business that way. I have to. So even like I know like there's one chick that I knew at one of the studios where she'll go out her way to socialize, but it's clear that she wants to talk to me. It's not me going out my way and being like, "Yo," everybody sees it's mutual. But even like I said, for the most part, people know. They see me. I'm not going out my way. I'm not. It's and then and I'll say this. It's good when it's like when you know it's a couple, when you know a couple, and then it's like the girl, like I know this one girl, she has like well, she has a disease. I'm gonna just leave it at that. And she has her husband, whatever. And people all treat her nice. So that's different, right? And even then, people are still not trying to OD hang around her. But that works. But like I said, it's just, even with that situation, nope. It's not. Once you just make that your lifestyle, you go to. I'm not talking to any woman. You're not going to you'll eventually you'll be at that point where you don't even have to do it. It just becomes natural to you because it's just like a natural tendency for particularly young men to ingratiate themselves with the ladies. That's just what men have been taught to do. But people might disagree with me. I just don't think if you're forcing yourself, it's not going to work. That's what I think. And the more you do that, the more annoying actually a lot of more people that the people that try to do that nonsense, they're actually going to annoy you. You're going to be more annoyed with the dudes trying to pick up broads than than the girls. So you'll eventually be able to not only just avoid the broads, but also the dudes that are very broad centric. So when they go in there, okay, they can't have fun without broads or trying to pick up a broad.
They start acting like like whenever they see women, they start acting different. It was, oh my god, bro.
Yeah, so like I said, and like I said, like I said, it also it helps you with the confusion, because there's a lot of dudes. What happens is they'll meet a girl, and luckily I am socialized enough to understand this. They'll meet a girl that's actually nice, but because that girl is nice, they think the girl wants to go out with them, but they don't understand that girl is she's just a social, type of person. She's just a social creature. Now, if it's a person like me, I already know that. But there's a lot of dudes that they don't know that because they're not really used to women just being nice in general, because most women don't realize it, but a lot of them are pretty mean, right? But so the one woman that they'll meet, or one, the waitress, or the one girl that at retail that's just doing her job, right? They think that, oh, that girl wants to go out with me, but that's not the case. So that's why I always say just avoid the broads for now, if you can help it. If you can help it, try not to talk to him at your job. I'll say especially at the spots, or at spots that you hope to make money at, right? Try to avoid.
Yeah.
Try to avoid. Let me see. I see another comment. Work told me the best way to handle it was to get their number and never call it. Worked one time, but this woman think I'd call her. I never will, but she could get the T app and tell my boss. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Unfortunately, when you're too nice, that could happen. Let me see. Jarvich said Republicans would try to give men tax bonuses for marrying in state. He said, I've had a coworker get bitter for me talking to the guys at work. My old boss used to tell her to leave me alone. I tell my boss when these women act out on me at work, and I only have male friends. And he said, I don't play that work husband-ish fact. Same here. Similar happened to me at like my first job. That's the one that Ainsley was at with me. So my first job, where luckily the male managers thought of me fondly. So luckily, like anytime a girl tried to involve me with nonsense, they would automatically know it wasn't true, only because they knew the stuff I was saying. They knew the stuff I was saying. So anytime like I remember there was a situation where a girl, she had accused damn near everybody of sexual harassment, and it was this group of dudes, but I was in that group, so she named everybody in that group but me, because she knew that wasn't gonna work if she included me in that group. So that's how I knew. I was like, it wasn't a thing, oh, I'm untouchable. It was just, it wasn't gonna work if I got added into that, only because they knew the stuff I was saying. They knew how I was rolling at the time. So, Ainsley knows exactly who I'm talking about when I mentioned this specific thing. But in that group, they mentioned everybody in that group of sexual harassment. Now, obviously, the claim didn't last because we knew that that specific woman was insane. we had some interesting characters working with us when me and Ainsley were kids. Like this was like crazy. Like we worked with some really interesting like characters that we unfortunately we enabled them. I'm not gonna lie, we enabled them, but they were some interesting characters, right? So, but even with that case, I was shocked. I was like, oh shit, I was in that group. But that, I'm like, she didn't add me for a reason. Because she knew that wasn't gonna work. Anything with me with women related, that was not gonna work. Not at that job. They knew the stuff I was saying, they knew what I was doing. It wasn't gonna work. So she thought by just putting that harassment thing out there with those guys, she thought that was gonna stick, but everybody knew she was insane. So it didn't, like, none of the women believed her, none of the guys believed her. We just knew she was insane at the time, especially the stuff that she was saying. Like, oh hell no. But anyways, like that's one of the girls, like when she got fired, you know, she was sitting there not, you know, knocking on the door, on the manager's door. The manager didn't want to come out. Yeah, she literally pulled that. I'm not even gonna hold you. She pulled that.
What is wrong with these people?
Nah, you can one day I'm gonna get Ainsley on the panel and have him talk about the people that had gotten fired at our job and the stuff that they would do when they would get fired. It would really be some it would make for interesting entertainment. I don't know if he'd ever do it though. I don't know if he'd ever do it, but there's been some funny stuff where it's like they get where somebody gets fired, but specifically when the women get fired at the job that we worked at, oh my god, they would completely lose it. Let me see. So one man laments, it's a place where hurt women can tell a one-sided story about men and damage their name without any context or proof. Another worries about a future destroyed by surveillance by our peers. So like I said, we don't even got people talking about, oh, Big Brother's watching us and we got to worry about these robots and all. And they already got hoes doing the job for them. They don't even need all these surveillance. You got women already doing most of the job for them for free. So wow. So now, like, I remember, have you ever played Watch Dogs, the video game Watch Dogs? Nah.
I've seen the playthrough, like where you using a hacker.
So you'll have the CTOS system where they have all your business and they can even predict when you're gonna do a crime. So now they're taking the info. So now imagine they got your online information, they got this, they got that, and then on top of that, they got the TAP. So even if it's true or not, they can still use that to predict what you're gonna do next. The algorithm. So it's like, yeah, wow. So now you add now the human element to it. So it's this is not good. But anyways. Somebody said you don't have to get inside the T app to feel its toxicity. Screenshots from the app on Reddit reveal some shocking claims from female users. Avoid this man. His name is blank. He has mouth herpes and STDs. He lies to get what he wants, then will ghost you after. Yeah, that's how you know they're lying. If somebody posts something like that. Another man is described as abusive, pathological liar, manic, and victim mentality, loves drama. Another user calls a guy a meth addict, will emotionally and physically abuse women, secret life with gay older men. Yeah, this is what it's gonna turn into. Secret life with gay older men. Yeah, this is literally what's going to this is what it's gonna turn into. In other examples, women post pictures of their partners while they are sleeping to find out if other women recognize them. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's so like the person that they're sleeping with, they'll wait till the guy fall asleep, take a picture with the guy, and then post it on the T app to see. So yeah, So this is a person that's already inside the app telling you what they're already doing.
If they can't even get a photo of you.
See. The tea, they say this tea is bitter indeed. When I downloaded the app, it gave me a series of promises. Everything is anonymous. Screenshots are impossible. You could search all posts in this country by a man's name. Reassuring, certainly as long as you're a woman using it and not a man who could be torn apart by gossip. And yet, T claims to be doing good. To reinforce the altruistic purpose, it declares that 10% of its proceeds are donated to the National Domestic Violence Hotline. I'll say this. Men dropped the ball with the Ray Rice situation. We should have never, we really dropped the ball with Bill Cosby and the Ray Rice situation. It really shouldn't have, that shouldn't have even happened. Because even with the Ray Rice situation, when the video went viral, the NFL already had the tape. And they already gave Ray Rice an initial punishment for the incident. But then they decide to re-release the tape to the public, and then he ends up getting banned from the NFL for life. Basically, he got blackballed for life. And there was way too many people that bought into, oh my gosh, these NFL players are abusing their wives. Dudes really fell for that shit. I was really disappointed with dudes at that time because I'm like, why is this even why is this even a thing right now? I really, at the time, and I was in high school at the time, I was like, why is this a thing? Because I already knew what that was, where it's a man and woman.
Mm-hmm.
They was arguing. They was drunk. They was coming from a casino. So you already know you're gambling and you brought your woman along. That you already know that's a terrible combination. They was arguing at the elevator. She hit him first. Ray Rice reacted. Now, obviously, it shouldn't have happened, but the big deal that the deal where it was just basically plastered all over. And I think race played a role in that to make black men look bad. I'm not gonna lie, but people don't understand with when you think you're helping your cause, but really you're setting in motion something else. Like they don't even realize, okay, in your attempt to make NFL athletes look bad or try to expose them with this, you don't realize something else you just ushered, because during that same time you had, or no, because this was I think 2015, but this is around the same time with the Bill Cosby stuff going viral. So all these things, I believe, particularly men, we let too many things slide. So now everything that I see now is always tied to domestic violence. We got a national domestic violence hotline, and we got to watch out for these abusive men and all this stuff. And you're just like, this is not real life, bro. This is just not real life. This can't be. But we let too much stuff slide. And I'll say specifically with the Bill Cosby thing, we really dropped the ball. I think men really dropped the ball with the Bill Cosby thing. I will stand on that. We dropped the ball with Bill Cosby. But I'll say Ray Rice is another that when with that video, we should have just disregarded the video. He shouldn't have lost his goddamn NFL career over it. That was ridiculous. But anyways, somebody said, so she finished okay, so I gotta see who's Poppy something. What's his name? Poppy Sowerby. That's the person that made the article. Is this a man or a woman?
The name sounds very feminine.
Yeah, it's a woman. This is a woman. Yep. This is her. And she's from the UK.
The UK.
Okay, so let me see. let me. So yeah, this is basically a article made by a feminist, and she's saying that this app is a terrible idea. So right here, let's read her closing statement because overall in the article, she's saying this is terrible. She goes, here's the truth. T app pours fuel on an already fraught dating scene for my generation. It may be well intentioned, but it will inevitably chill any sense of romantic risk or hope for authenticity among my peers. Worse, the app hides behind the idea of transparency. Nothing to hide, nothing to fear, but this is simply vigilante justice, entirely reliant on the scruples of anonymous women. With T app on the scene, what man would ever dare date a woman again? Wow.
like she can predict it's gonna backfire.
She's MGTOW now. I guess she's MGTOW. I guess she's MGTOW. With T app on the scene, what man would ever dare date a woman again? I guess that makes her MGTOW. Whoever your name, Poppy Sowerby, welcome to MGTOW. I welcome you. I welcome you to MGTOW. First of all, this is a feminist broad. Yep. I mean, she has literally a black cat in her profile. Oh shoot! Look at her, bro.
Oh, she's one of those emo or goth.
Yep. Yeah, this is straight. So mind you, this is a feminist that made that article. A straight, and she's like, bro, this is not this is not a good
Yeah,
idea.
she looked like the type that use star signs.
Yeah, definitely. But these be the people that be journalists too. And like, I'm like, damn, wow.
Either
Like,
a gay dude or these type of women.
yeah, but like I'm glad that she showed us what the app really is, because she said she got it and she's in the app and is exactly what she thought it was gonna be. Just bitch is lying. But I guess if a man were to say the same, but it is what it is. But like I said, this is gonna be a tremendous. And I'll say this: people think, oh, there's no Gen Z, there's no romance with Gen Z. Yeah, there's gonna be the romantic era, the whatever era you love or whatever. I think it's gonna is literally gonna go right back to how it was. It's gonna be arranged. Everything's gonna be arranged now. Everything's gonna be basically arranged.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's basically back to a reset. Everything that they were trying to avoid. Everything that they said was patriarchal and all this.
What? I want to marry the dude I wanted married. I don't want my family to set up no marriage for me.
And oh yeah, you'll even have women now. They'll say, oh, I want an arranged. They'll be like, I want an arranged situation now. You're just like, after all that issue was talking about the patriarchy this, the patriarchy that, and now you're asking for an arranged marriage from your parents because it didn't work out for you in the streets. Jarvik said, I'm gonna change my YouTube name soon if possible. Don't want to get linked. Already untied my old Twitch to my YouTube so people can't see more of me. I have seen people okay. Watch Dogs, the multi was very cool. Yeah, Watch Dogs. People need to play Watch Dogs, because I remember I played the first, the second, and the third game. So the first game came out in 2014. I played it in 2015, if I'm not mistaken. or 24. Was it 2014? I would have sworn I played it when it came out, but either way, I played Watch Dogs. I played Watch Dogs 2. I played the third one, which is Watch Dogs Legion. And if you play Watch Dogs, it basically predicted everything that was going to happen, especially technology wise. Everybody using the same network, everybody linked to what they would call on the series CTOS. Everybody linked to the same Wi-Fi. People getting hacked. The government has all your information on you. And I recently did, I redid the series. So I played the first Watch Dogs, and now I'm playing the second game again, just to review. just as a review, just to make sure, did I miss anything? And in the beginning of Watch Dogs 2, I glanced over the part where with CTOS, with the government's having all your information, they can already pre-reject your job application. They can pre-reject your insurance, or if you're looking for a credit card, if you're looking for coverage, they can already reject you based off your online information, your social credit score, right? And we're living in that era basically right now. So now what's beautiful is in Watch Dogs 3, because I already played Watch Dogs 3, the Watch Dogs Legion. In that game, everything is in the future. So it's based in like 2045 or 2035, but you already have basically every car is self-driven. So nobody has a job. You have immigrants being targeted by agents. So we're low-key we're living in that right now. So they basically use immigrants as a scapegoat as why the country is failing. So you have the security that works with the AI targeting immigrants and putting them in cages. So we're low-key living in that right now, right?
Yeah.
So they literally predict everything. Like nobody has a job. AI has most of people's jobs, so
it's gonna be
nobody
worse. So
Yeah.
you said that game takes it takes place in 2035 or something.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
it's
already
gonna
here.
Mhm.
It's already
Oh,
here. So then you have. I remember in Watch Dogs Legion, they have it was like a lot of these people. Like the only people that had jobs were the janitors, and like a couple of those people. Who else? And then yeah. The trucks were self-driven. So most of the cars were basically self-driven in that game. So you don't even have to worry about, like, when you're stealing a car, you don't even have to steal a car. You can just steal a car that's being self-driven, and you just go inside that car. And or if you have a taxi, the taxi is self-driven, the Uber is self-driven. I'm trying to think. But yeah, and then you have everything is being delivered. Like is very few food delivery guys, or every parcel that's being delivered is being delivered. Parcel deliveries are being done by robots in the sky and stuff like that. So everything that Watch Dogs, they basically prepare you for the future.
Yeah.
Like everything they do, they basically prepare you for the future. So I think that.
So have you played have you played any Call of Duty? Like Black Ops 1 and 2. If you play Black Ops 2, that game actually takes place right now, 2025. And the things that is going around right now. Especially the thing with China and the drones.
Oh yeah, all of those games, even all of
And
the
president.
like Battlefield,
Mhm.
Halo, even the liberal games, they basically showing you the future. Even like if you play Mafia 3, and that was a very liberal slanted game, Mafia 3 with Lincoln Clay, the mixed dude, as the protagonist. The game was supposed to take place in like the 1960s, but they basically gave you the background of, look, gambling is going to be legal at one point. So they showed how the mafia or a certain mob boss, before he tried to put his money behind a casino. Now, obviously, we have casinos, but when their whole point was gambling. Gambling is going to be completely legal across all fronts. And if you do see a point, if you see gambling legal for sports, etc., not just in casinos, but like if you see it legal across all fronts, is because there are people paying, politicians or people that are in the mob, that are in the people that are politicians now, they have mob ties. So that's why the certain politicians that have pushed for legalizations of gambling, they're basically showing you those people are mob tied. That's basically, they're giving you the cheat code. Like any politician that you saw that pushed for the legalization of anything gambling related, that means they're mob related. They have to be related to the mob in some way. They're either getting paid by the mob, they're related to the mob, they have family in the mob, or they are the mob in and of itself. So even those games, they like video games basically just give you everything that you. It's just we just don't like, nah, it can't be that obvious. They can't really be putting this stuff in our face like that. Yeah, it's that's what it's gonna be. You know what I mean? Like, and I remember even in Mafia 3, I remember that part where he just like, it was the 1960s and he was the villain was talking to his son. He said, our way of doing things is not gonna work in the future because everybody is integrated. It's not necessarily black versus white anymore. Everybody's living together.
Yeah.
So our way of doing things where we could just do dirt and then just put it on race or blah blah blah, and anything, and we could rely on distracting them with race. That's not going to work anymore because now everybody's hippies. So, and everybody's trying to fight the system and all this stuff. So he was saying all of our way of doing things is not going to work in the future. So we can't do mafia stuff no more. We can't do mob tie stuff no more. We got to put our money in something legit. So any casino that you see, any casino that you see, even though we've been had casinos, but I'm just saying, any casino that you see, any rule or any person that you saw on TV that was pushing for the legalization of gambling in sports, they're related to the mob. It's that simple. So they basically show you the blueprint in a lot of these video games, in a lot of these cyberpunk and all these. You think it's too exaggerated. Nah, they're basically showing you what's about to happen. they're literally showing you what's about to happen. But I'll say with Watch Dogs, it's damn near scary. Watch Dogs, it's literally like this is what's going to happen to you in 10 years. Here we're going to make the video game about it and you can have fun playing it, but this is what's going to happen. You're going to have apps where it's like you have self-driving cars. AI is going to take most of your jobs. Even the truck driving jobs, the government is going to stage attacks, which they've already done, obviously, but your government, the powers that may be, are going to stage large mass terrorist attacks. So people are willing to give up their information to the government so it can be taken over by one network and everybody's connected to the network. And people are going to use immigrants as scapegoats and other things as scapegoats. But they were really like, they kind of because it is a liberal game, so they're going to focus on the immigration part. But it's pretty accurate. It's pretty accurate. Especially, I'll say this: anybody, if you get the chance, play Watch Dogs 2 and Watch Dogs 3. So, because I'll say the first
Yeah.
Watch Dogs is pretty. We already passed what they predicted. We already passed that. We already passed that. So
Yeah.
I will say do Watch Dogs 2 and Watch Dogs 3. So okay, so let me see. Water God Zero says, I love Watch Dogs. I didn't play Legion yet. So Jarvik says the first Watch Dogs was the best from what I saw. They even had one of my favorite punk bands on it, Vindictive. Oh yeah, they do have Vindictive on there. Was not expecting to hear 90s punk on the Martin game. They had some decent track. They had some they had some decent rock tracks on there. I'm not even gonna lie. They put me on to what's that? I think the band is called Pet Lions or something. They put me onto a band that I actually started listening to at the time when I was in high school. Watch Dogs. What's this song called? Yeah, Pet Lions. That's the band called Pet Lions. They had some decent tracks on there. Let's see. Watch Dogs playlist. Let me see. I really like because I really like the playlist they had on there. I'm trying to find the song. Oh, they're only showing 15 tracks. There was 23 tracks on there. Oh man, they're only showing 15. There was like 23 tracks on there. I don't know why they're missing a lot. Let me see. But I liked all the tracks in Digitalism. I already know about the digital. I know about that band. Even though I don't necessarily remember Digitalism on Watch Dogs, but maybe I got to listen to it again and I recognize it. But I already know about Digitalism. There's just another band besides Pet Lions that I like. Because I was really listening to these people for a minute. Like, especially when I was like, I'll say senior year high school, junior year high school, I really started being experimenting with these bands. There was another band on there. I can't find it. Damn. So yeah, it was a Pet Lions. It was Pet Lions and something else that I was listening to. See, Vampire, nope. Oh yeah, it was like 60 something tracks. I'm sorry, way more tracks than I said initially. Well, it was a lot. It's a lot of good songs on there. Watch Dogs did have a great soundtrack. I'll say this though. I think when it came, I liked Watch Dogs. I know Watch Dogs 2 was very like liberal slanted, but I liked Watch Dogs 2. I liked Watch Dogs 2. They had some very interesting stuff on there. But yeah, Watch Dogs, the initial Watch Dogs game, I like that one. That was game changing. That was game because it came out during the time when the PS4 first came out. And the PS4 was like, oh my God, that was awesome. When the PS4 first came out. But yeah, that's all. I think that's all. I think I've covered everything I have for the T app. But if you guys get the chance, all you got to do is go on TikTok. All you got to do is go on TikTok and type in T app and just see the delusion. Okay, I'm seeing this. Okay, I've seen this one woman here. I'm about to show you something real quick before I exit out because I got to go to sleep. I got an early day coming up. But I seen this one woman. I haven't seen this video, but I've seen this woman like I see this woman a lot. She be saying some fun some good stuff from time to time. So I'm gonna give her a shot right here on the T app. She said some good things.
The T app was designed to expose men, but it's exposing y'all women. It's showing just how dirty and nasty the men that y'all have been dealing with are. Y'all get online with these high standards that you don't have in real life, which is what I always say. You can't believe what they're saying. You got to watch what they're doing. They can tell you all day what they won't do, but that app is showing you what they will do. Y'all are showing just how low vibrational the men that y'all have to pick from are. You can't sit up and say that you got all these options yet. These are the men that you're picking. The truth is, that's all you got to pick from. You have a bunch of group of nasty, terrible men to choose from, and you're just trying to find the best out of the worst. But all of them are horrible. Everything that you have to choose from is horrible because of how you are as a woman. You carry yourself in a way that there's a very specific type of man who would find you attractive. And that small group of men is who y'all are choosing from. And that's why y'all are sharing the same men. Because
She's cooking so far. She's cooking.
Yeah. She's gonna be
cooking.
called up.
So the T app.
You know, that's because we already know. Because at the end of the day, they're still gonna be messing with the dudes that they're not supposed to be messing with.
Same men, because out of that small group of men that y'all are all picking from, y'all are trying to find the best looking one, the one who appear to seem like he got some money, even though he usually don't end up having no money. Y'all are all picking and filtering through that small group of disgusting, nasty pookies, right? And no matter what you get online and say about how you want rich men, you ain't even in proximity to rich men. Rich men don't even see you on their radar when you walk by, right? Because nothing about who you are and how you carry yourself would pick up on the radar of a man who got any questions about himself, right? Only pookies find you desirable. And that's the reason why y'all are all sharing the same pookies. That's the reason why y'all all sharing the same pookies. It don't matter what y'all get on that app and expose regarding these men, how terrible they done treated you, what STDs they done gave you, how many babies they done had and left. There still will be a line of women ready to give that man a shot to see whether or not she can get better results than you got. So you can never really expose men because there's always going to be women who are willing to test it out for themselves and still see whether or not the stuff the previous women said is actually true. The T app was designed to expose men, but it's exposing y'all women.
So let's read some of the comments. Somebody said, "You shook me to my core when you said there will still be a line of women waiting to give that man a chance to see if they can get better results than you got." Says all the app is doing is exposing the reason why so many women have the same dating horror story. Oh, I'm hearing some serious echo.
You still hearing it?
Oh no, okay, we're good. I think. Yeah, we're good. All right. It says all that app is doing is exposing the reason why so many women have the same dating horror story. They're all dating the same guy, and the T app is showing proof.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said they listen to Sprinkle Sprinkle but won't apply the logic. 100 women versus accountability. Somebody said, I know at least 8 men in my city that have over 10 kids. None of them have jobs. All of them been to jail. But like I said, especially when you're talking about black women, they have a type, which it just can't even be denied at this point. It can't even be denied. Trying to look for another good comment. Said people don't understand that this is a reflection of you and what you're attracting to. I ain't attracted to a F-boy since I was 25 because my discernment got better. Well, yeah, it's, ironically at 25 you get better discernment.
I'm smarter now. I'm better now. I outgrew him.
Yeah, so yeah. But anyway. Let's take this off. Let me see. I saw something here. Jarvik said, I grew up in punk music. The Bloodborne days were good. Oh man, that was a decent game.
I never get to play that game.
That was it's a minute ago. Let's see. What year did that come out? Played that around because I played it for the first time around like 2017 or 2018. Let me see, what year did it come out? Oh, it came out 2015. But I remember, I played it late then. I guess I played it late.
I think that's the only Souls game I haven't played. I've played what they call it, the other two Dark Souls, and I played like what they call it, what they call it, Demon Souls. Have you played Demon Souls? That game is also hard. It's like if you die one time, I think you lose your body.
Yeah. You got to start over.
You lose your body, and you have to use some kind of stone to get it back. Like when you lose your body, your HP technically reaches half, and
see, the chiefs of airport security that let the pilots through the hijacked planes on 9/11 were ex-members of the Mossad. My source was Leonardra Joni. See, the Bloodborne days were good. But yeah, that's all I got for the T app for tonight. Any last words, Pyro?
well, all I can say is like these women are definitely cooked for sure. Now these guys won't even like look their way or text them.
Yeah, this is probably like the feminist said. She said, what man would dare? She said, what man would dare date a woman now, especially with the T app, because we already know what they're going to use the T app for. Oh, so Jarvik said, time to ask to see the phone or walk time for ultimatum over first coffee date. You only have true self-respect when you can walk on the moments. Yep, vet hard. Yeah, now you gotta really forget just trying to check if the bitch had her OnlyFans in the past and then deleted it because it didn't get no views or whatnot. Now you gotta check to see if she got the T app, but it's the #1 downloaded app, so that means most women have it.
Mm-hmm.
That means most women have it. So that's not even something where you could say it's a red flag no more. It's just gonna be normal now. Bitches they're just gonna have the T app. Even the so-called good women, they're just gonna have it. It's the #1 downloaded app over ChatGPT. It's like you see the list is like #2 is like ChatGPT. You're just like, what? Over ChatGPT? You got the T app over ChatGPT as #1. That's what people even, and like I said, in such a short time, mind you, such a short time, it's the #1 app. So in such a short time. So that means basically most women have it. That means you're looking at you're definitely looking at over 70 to 80% of women have it. Because how many percentage of people just have ChatGPT? And we already know most of Gen Z, they got ChatGPT. Most Gen Z in general. So, and this is, like I said, this is only a women app. Only women can have this app. So that means most women. So you're looking safely over 80% of women So they have the app. So that means 8 out of 10 have this app. So the only way, if you're gonna run into a woman that doesn't have that app, if this bitch is Amish, or if this bitch is like, if she's homeschooled or something like that, and she got some sense. Right? So that's the only way. Okay, so let's what should I end the video with? We got, let me see what I got on my list. Oh, let me add. I'm gonna add. Oh, let me manually add a video real quick. Let me manually add a video. Y'all gonna hate me for this. This is gonna be another Corey Holcomb special. Let me see if it's still there. Man hating women. Why are you gay? Welcome to the stripping game. Swallowed up. Take off cap. Corey Holcomb says women always want more. Yeah, right here. Right here. Oh, they said I got too much files on here. I'm gonna have to delete one. So I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna delete the Craig Smith one. Shout out to Craig Fax. If you guys get the chance, that's the person that will join Corey Holcomb on the show sometime. Craig Smith, he has his own channel. He has some great stuff. Let's see if I can find it again. Because it's pretty funny. Right here. So let's open that. And we will end the stream with this Corey Holcomb clip if it decides to load up. Oh, I got some Shadiah. I got the Shadiah Knight one. Let me just play that one real quick before I play the Corey Holcomb
A
one.
fat woman is the equivalent of what a broke dude is.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, Denver.
All right.
I cannot keep quiet.
That one's hilarious. Oh, man. The Shadiah Knight, he's great for this stuff. I'll say this: hoes them messed up, because really a guy like Shadiah Knight, his voice, his inflections, how he speaks, in another time he would have been a preacher. But now those guys, the preachers of then are now they're RP evangelists now. They're RP evangelists. It's crazy. So so people gonna wonder, like, yo, what happened during this time? Something happened around the 2010s and 2020. Something specifically after the year 2020. Something happened. What happened? Somebody's gonna really do the research, like down the line, down the future. But anyways, I'm gonna salute you guys with the Corey Holcomb one. This is gonna be a new Corey Holcomb one, guys. So peace out and thank you guys.
You trust me. I don't give a fuck what you do for a bitch. It ain't enough. Trust me, my nigga. Every once in a while, you meet an exceptional bitch. Right. Remember, like in the movie Django, the exceptional nigga.
Right.
Every once in a while, you might meet an exceptional woman who actually is happy that you are her friend and that you give her love, affection, and anything else.
Right.
That's rare. I had a bitch, I did everything for this bitch one day. Then when it was time to go, the bitch was like, "You coming over?" I'm like, "I got shit to do tonight."